Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wake up. Welcome to Poker House Dallas Poker House Live. Thursday night, 136 H-Town PLO, featuring none other than Miss Texas Kim Stone. Tonight's lineup includes Mr. Bao, Rick Alvarado, newcomer Mr. Joe Sebring, who was a last-minute fill-in. Got Galoo. Also got Bao and Korean John with tonight's lineup. I'm Eddie, the Asian sensation, in the booth. Gonna just get us kicked off real quick. Tonight's commentators, third week in a row. We have Mr. Frankie from Next Gen and Hayden, who's actually finishing up dinner before he jumps back in the booth. Gonna switch us over real quick. Gonna give you guys a chance to see us. That's us right here. That's what they can see. So hope everybody's having a good start to the new year for 2023. Hope you guys are in for another action-packed Thursday night of this 136 PLO. Welcome back to the booth. Oh, that's loud.
There we go. How we doing, everybody?
And so,
happy Thursday.
Yep. So I'm running the show for right now. Just going to show Frankie how to work some stuff. And as soon as action gets going, I'm going to... Oh, we need a third chair. We need a third chair. Yeah, I forgot about it. My bad. So, drawing for seats, I believe, or drawing for the button. Gonna give. Yeah, Frankie can be in this 2 seat, and then Hayden can be in the 3 seat. That doesn't matter. So, if you want to take over this right here. Yep, that's perfect. I hope you guys are ready for a nice, fun, action-packed 136 PLO. How's dinner, Hayden? Was that? Oh, let's get you. Everybody, we are good to go. Everybody. Perfect. Yeah, that's really weird.
Got Frankie and Ed on my left, just where I want them.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Hayden.
Thank you.
Let's get started. Everyone share the stream. Here we go. We got some PLO action.
We actually we got started a little late tonight. We actually kind of like freaked out because 2 of the cameras went offline. So we had to pull a camera from somewhere else. We had to reboot the system. I had entered everybody's name already, and then I had to re-enter it. So it was not fun. Eric and I were actually stressing out. And then somebody came in here and was like, hey, I'm like, don't talk to me right now. Get out.
I think that was me.
No, that wasn't. No, it was a player. It was a player. I was just saying hi, and I was like, not now. Don't talk to me. He's like, oh my bad. I was like, close the door. So, just trying to get everything kicked off. Getting started a little late this evening, so no problem. It's gonna be fun night. So I'm gonna show Hayden and Frankie kind of how to use this side of the production. So I have already given you guys 250 points. Okay. For some reason in the Streamlabs, there was a button that you could click that would be able to give it. Now I just can't X out of it. So I give you guys points already. So I've shown Frankie how to give points away right there. Now anything on this screen, if you were to like just to drag this over there, if I were to drag this over there, all the viewers get to see that. So this is what everybody can see right now. Obviously us here in the booth. So me, Frankie, and Hayden. And then as soon as the stream gets going, I'm going to switch over to the live stream and transition. So this will be over here. Okay. Now, I was showing Hayden, Frankie, that however you want to pull this information up, it won't be available till after 15 hands. So
yeah, which is so we can't pull up the stats until there's 15 hands played, which is a little disappointing because
I can change it to 10 hands.
And you know, it's all right. It's all right for now. I'm just saying we'll see how that's impacted in something like Omaha, where in like 5-6 hands someone can run up a stack, you know, immediately to $3,000-$4,000 in cumulative winnings.
Yeah.
And that's always exciting to immediately report on. Now, last stream, the very first hand,
like 3 hands.
the very first hand, Eddie, we had a 3-way all-in 6K pot.
Yep.
So make sure to share the stream because last time the action started immediately. You want to be here right away. It looks like we are about to get started. We got a shuffle going on right now. Hayden and I are Well, actually, not this week, but Hayden and I played last week in a really fun Friday night game. And there's another Friday night live stream tomorrow night starting at 6 p.m., which I will be playing in with Kim. Very fun lineup. It's going to be a 5-5-10. I'm sure 5-5-10-20 most of the game.
Yeah.
40.
Yeah, ours, I put the 160 on the week in that one.
And then that was when you got it all in with the out.
Ace-9 against King 3 suited, yep.
All right, cards are in the air. Let's get going. I'm going to switch and transition back to the live stream.
Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate all the help. We are excited to report some PLO Thursday night action.
And don't go anywhere. These guys do not waste any time. Oh, it's a flip.
Let's give Kim quads to start this stream.
Yeah, she looks like she flopped bottom set here in this flip. What I'm seeing, she has... Oh, no. John J-Ma flopped a flush. Begging for the board pair. Didn't happen.
It's always a fun way to start the stream, and this is one way for players to be able to immediately top up. So they could add $700 and immediately match that stack. That's one very special to Texas feature we have going on here. Match the stack. I'm sure a lot of the people that are, here with us at the beginning of the stream know the rules by now, but I'm still in awe every time that you can just, have a game start at 2,000. But when I'm here before, when the players are sitting down, Hayden, they're bringing about, $10,000 to $20,000 to this game.
Yeah, they're ready to play.
So they're not
bringing ammunition.
They're bringing
lots of them.
They're bringing 10 bullets technically if you're counting that 2K max start. Which, like I said, very in tune with the way that we're expecting things to be here. A lot of action early, stacks getting in, rebuying's coming. Not a lot of player switches, alternates. Mostly just players sticking in there, rebuying.
Yeah, this crew will definitely be rebuying. And it kind of, being able to play in Texas and match stack, do you feel like a little spoiled, or when you go play other places like Vegas or with a cap buy-in, it's just
definitely
it feels
I definitely miss it, and
I forget what it's like to play 2-5 with $1,000 max buy-in to play in Texas.
and we're not seeing the cards here, Hayden.
No, they're not picking up yet. Looks like we got some action now.
It looks like the first hand we got about every player making the call. So they called that a family pod. Looks like we're just missing Kim.
Yeah, everyone's in but Kim. We got 7 ways here for 60 apiece.
It could just be a first hand.
Galu's going to check in the dark. The first hand last week went very well for him. He tripled up in a 6K pot.
And here we go. We'll have those graphics catch up to us. It's going to be nice when someone bets anyway, and we get down to the real hands. As we are getting to the flop here, you see all the callers, as expected. First hand, you have to see the flop. Now, for me in Hold'em, whenever I sat down, beginning days would really hope the first hand wasn't a big hand. I would just want to start off and kind of get settled into the session. I wasn't. I mean, there is something to that because knowing your players, and when you sit down at a new table and mostly don't know the players, is helpful when you get into big pots.
Look at this right off the bat. Bao flopping the nut straight with a 10 high flush draw to go with it. And Rick flopping the ace high flush draw. And Bao just coming out betting the pot. Rick is gonna see a turn here.
For sure, and I'm glad to see Rick starting off this stream. Last week he came as an alternate. This week he's starting us off in a big pot. Bao has the flush draw, which we know is no good. We'll see how that plays if we do get a diamond on the turn. That would be an exciting turn card. Don't think Bao's going to be folding a flush.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough spot for Bao if a diamond peels off. That's a great card for Bao. We're probably going to see him just bet the pot. And I think Rick's not getting the right price to continue anymore with just the nut flush draw.
Yep. Having that 8 doesn't help him besides the fact that it's a blocker to the straight.
Yeah, he does not have a straight draw. And very nice hand for Bao. Way to kick off the stream.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Don't even get to see a river, so we don't know if he would have gotten there. Denies the equity with a pot-sized bet on the flop and the turn. On the flop, Rick is getting enough equity to call. On the turn, not so much. Someone folded bottom 2 pair.
Yeah, Pokernomix actually had top 2 pair. And I think Galoo might have bottom 2 pair. Or I think it was Yao, actually.
See, I was talking about sitting down at a table and, not knowing the players. Well, these guys know each other. Mm-hmm. This is a very familiar table from the past 2 weeks that Texas Kim has orchestrated this amazing PLO game. Bao, Rick, they've all played together. Joe is a new face. Hayden, have you played with Joe before?
I have played with Joe. I played with him some at Texas Card House, and he definitely likes to get in the mix.
Nice. I'm excited.
If he gets stuck, he really builds the pots to try and get unstuck. So he gives a lot of action. Definitely likes to get in there, mix it up. He's a fearless player, tough to play against. So it'll be fun to watch him mix it up with these players. I think he is familiar with a lot of them, so it's going to be an interesting dynamic right off the bat. I actually lost one of the biggest pots of my life to Joe.
Interesting.
In a PLO
really?
game, yes.
Well, I was just about to say that I am rooting for him tonight as a new player. I hope he does well as we see him getting into a three-way hand. He's got pocket 9s. He's got 7-6 to go with it. And he flops a flush draw, as does Galoo, who flops the nut flush draw with his pocket kings.
Yeah, really great flop for Galoo. He started with a nice hand, and he gets a great flop. And Pokernomix has 2 pair as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here when Galoo bets. And I wouldn't blame Pokernomix for getting away from it because there's not a lot of good turn cards for his hand. I think we're just going to see Galoo take it down. Oh, no, Joe is going to call here. He's got an inside straight draw. A 10 gives him a straight.
Yeah, Galoo has a wide range.
Yeah. So great turn card for Galoo now, turning a set of kings with his flush draw. He's really got a lock on this hand.
Yeah, he wants Joe to make the call here. He wants him to continue.
I wouldn't be surprised if he bets less than pot, maybe 400. Looks like to try and get Joe to call with some worse hands, some worse draws, like he has. So I really like this bet size here from Galoo. He bets 450 to 750. Nice play. And Joe makes the discipline lay down. So
yeah, might be just a little too big as Joe gets away from that. Nice fold and good hand for Galoo. Starting off with a $400 profit up to 2.3K.
Very nice hand. All right, so not as crazy as last week, but these guys are clearly here to play, and we got a long night ahead of us.
Definitely, I got to see a peek of the first couple hands because we on a 50-minute delay. It looks like we have some good stuff coming up for us. I didn't see any action, but I just saw money.
Anything less.
As we see Rick look at pocket, he says, "Yeah, I saw money getting in the middle."
And Rick with a really nice hand here, ace, king 7. He's got an ace-high suit. We'll probably see Joe play this hand here. He's double paired. Galoo's going to get in there. I think we might see all these players get in here with these hands.
And as we were talking, Kim was kind of egging on the players for not getting it all in the first 3 hands.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
They want to see some flops tonight. Not as much potting and repotting, but
we'll see how that plays into this hand.
Kim with a really nice hand here, so she's going to call. So yeah, everyone's got a reasonable starting hand here, seeing this flop. Bao overcalled in the straddle with the 9-9 queen 3. Looks like Joe's gonna flop bottom set here. Good flop for him. No one else with really much here. Rick's gonna see bet his aces. Interesting play. He's got a backdoor flush draw. He's blocking middle set. And Joe is just going to call here with his bottom set. He's going to play this cautiously. I like this. It's a multi-way pot. You really want to be careful with bottom set and multi-way pots. If you get all your money in, a lot of times you're up against a larger set or like a really big draw. So
And Kim has a gut shot, so she's going to make the call here. Backdoor flush draw.
yeah, she's getting a good price here to make the call. An interesting turn card.
Yeah, 2 players pick up the flush draw here. Let's see if that slows Rick down. It does. And Joe probably likes his hand now when he sees 2 checks to him. Rick probably not checking back a straight, the nuts.
This is a really tough spot for Kim. Her draw is not to the nuts. The only card that would give her the nuts is the 9. She has 3 spades in her hand. She's out of position. She has Rick behind her. So I wouldn't fault her for folding here. I think it looks like she's going to make the fold.
Yeah, she's getting about 25%. But she does have Rick behind her.
Oh, and she
And-
moves all in. Very interesting. And where Joe is definitely going to make this call here with his bottom set and flush draw.
Kim's all in, and she said before the hand that there's going to be some action.
And unfortunately, she misses. And
Runs it one time. She had plenty of equity. She had a straight draw, flush draw, but Joe was not folding with his bottom set flush draw. He blocked some of the spades, and, you know, good hand to Joe.
nice hand, Joe. Yeah, interesting choice there. I'm a little surprised she ripped it. Looks like Kim's adding on right away.
Anyone else top up there, Hayden?
Not that I heard, but I'm sure it's coming. And Joe getting right back into action here with his 4-4-7-3. He's not afraid of these small pairs. Small pairs are definitely a hand that terrify me in PLO because I'm like very nervous about flopping bottom set.
Yeah, I'm not ever comfortable flopping bottom set in a multi-way situation
Yeah.
like we get in a lot of these live stream games. It's a very common thing. Multi-way pots, try to navigate. I always say playing pocket aces is tough. Well, so is bottom set when, you know, on that last board, for example, it would have been very easy for him to have bottom set, someone else to have a wrap, and someone else to have either an overpair with the flush draw or another middle or top set. So, you know, you never feel comfortable getting it all in that type of three-way situation in Omaha.
Absolutely. But props to Joe, though. He played his hand well.
Exactly.
And he navigated that situation.
Exactly. He just called the flop, and then when he got checked to on the turn, he had a really good sense of where he was at.
Yeah. And Yao turning the nuts here, or second nuts from 9-7. And I think we're just going to see Bao fold. He just has top pair. Nice hand there for Yao.
Excited to have Yao back on the stream. He's a very fun player to watch. He's becoming a regular on this one.
Yeah, I really enjoyed playing with him on Friday. He was a lot of fun at the table. Not afraid to get in there and give some action.
On to hand number 6. We've already seen one all in. I know there is a PLO event going on in Choctaw tournament. As I was there yesterday, playing my first tournament there. $300 little, I think it was a 50K guarantee. I say little. That's to my standard now. I feel like everyone's trying to one up each other with huge numbers. 50K is still a great number.
You're moving up.
Yeah, no, every hand still was a kind of got the tingles still in these big pots. I always say it's not the stakes that make me excited about it's like the game. It's the competitiveness. I feel the same way as I would in the 10K as I did in this $300 buy-in. I really wanted to win. My 10s got cracked to 7s, all in pre. And
do you have any plans to go back there at all for the series?
yeah, I'll definitely go back on Thursday for the first, I guess, a week from today, and take him a shot at the main.
Very nice, very nice.
So that's a $1,700 buy-in. So I'm excited to try that.
When does that start? Is that on Friday or Thursday?
So it's a 3-day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the first A, B, C flights.
Okay, there's 3 flights.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I'll probably go up there for that myself. Take a shot at it one of the days.
Nice. We have PM in the chat saying he's playing the seniors event. Good luck to you.
What's up, Poker Monkey?
Pokernomix flopping a flush draw or a backdoor flush draw along with a couple straight draws.
And Galu's going to check raise here with his middle set.
Yeah, I really liked Pokernomix' hand, but now seeing what Galoo has, we'll see what he does versus a big raise.
Yeah, there's a lot of great turn cards for him with the 2 backdoor flush draws, but I don't believe he has a wrap, so it's a tough spot, especially with Kim in the pot as well.
Yeah, this is
Rainbow board.
a fully committing raise. You know, at these stack sizes, he only started 2K to begin this hand, so.
Kim actually has a double gutter. I just realized that, an 8 or jack.
Yeah, and he lays
straight.
it down. That doesn't surprise me. Actually, I think that his hand hated a raise there.
Yeah, which is
He really wanted to see
a reason
turn
to
card.
check there, especially in position, to avoid getting check raised and seeing the turn there.
Yeah,
Something to consider when
Galoo
you're.
is very capable.
Yeah, especially in this lineup. Something I try to think about when I'm playing PLO is like, if I get check raised or check potted, am I going to be sad about it with my hand? And if I'm going to be sad about it, I check back and try to realize my equity or see the turn.
Yep, that's a very smart way to play poker. You know, you have to always consider when you put in a bet that you're opening up the action to get raised. And honestly, Hayden, after talking with, some friends, I feel like I do sometimes overthink that aspect of it. I'm always scared about, getting raised, and there's some spots where I should just be more comfortable betting. Just, more like range on certain boards.
Right.
And because, a lot of beginner players and a lot of players, that we are facing the smaller stakes tournaments, they aren't going to play back at you on ace high, king high boards unless they have a really good hand.
Right.
So you can kind of just more confidently put out a bet instead of always, being worried about being raised. But There's always a good balance, and in poker, you just gotta, be confident and trust yourself on those reads.
Yeah.
As we see Rick picking up aces, I think again for the second time tonight.
Yeah, second time he's had aces, and he's got a nice spot to put in the 3-bet squeeze here. He's got decent aces. He's got, 8 and 5 are connected. He's got an ace-high suit. And I think from what we've seen from Bao, we're going to see him come along. Probably, Yao and Bao.
Yep, and Yao's got plenty of equity. He's in there. He's got position. He wants a low flop. Doesn't get it.
Great flop for Rick here. He's got flopping the nut flush draw with his overpair. I don't think either of these players have enough to continue versus a bet. So I'm interested to see what sizing Rick goes with here.
Bao does have a pair and a gut shot. See if he calls. He's the only one in contention.
It's like he's betting 420. Standard classic bet. A lot of poker players like to bet 420 when they get the chance to. And Rick takes it down.
Yeah, I think he's, happy to take that one down. Seeing that flush draw on the flop is such a reassuring feeling. You've got top pair.
Yeah.
No matter the hand, you are in
ready.
Fine shape.
And that's a hand where if Rick gets raised, he's going to go with it. So he's very comfortable betting that.
Yep. Those are the best hands to have. The hands that you can bet and you're very comfortable. Okay, you raise me. We're all in.
Yep, let's go.
That doesn't happen, honestly, too often because that means you have to have a really strong hand.
Right. Especially in a multi-way pot in PLO. But I do agree with you in Hold'em. It's very different, especially when your head's up. I agree betting, especially against players that, aren't check raising as often, is usually a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I actually got paired up with commentator John Knock in the tournament. We got paired up with the same table. And he check raised me on he was big blind. I just raised late position on a 5-5-2 board. And I'm like, and I ended up defending with ace-4 and bet him off the hand later on. So I took the hand down. But I just I know that you actually are going to be, raising me here with a lot of stuff versus a lot of the players here at Choctaw that might not. So, really knowing your opponent, and when you raise, kind of predicting that things might happen. Like when I put that bet in with the gut shot straight draw, I was like, okay, I know that,
already know that
all it takes not to have is a 4 here, just or any 6 or some card close to that 5.
Right. And we see Mr. Yao getting that in action right away. I think he limp raised here.
Nice. He's got a double suited hand.
Yeah, he's got a nice looking hand. J-Ma has an interesting hand. He's got a rundown. I think we're going to see him call, and that might end up bringing everyone else into the pot as well.
Yeah, I love the way Yao plays. I think with his exact hand, I also would have started with the call in other position. And we don't know. Did he straddle, or are you sure he called?
I believe he called.
Okay, because I think I would have done the same with that hand.
Yeah.
With queens, you wish that 10-7 were a 10 and jack, or 10 and 9 potentially, but I would have limp called. But I love the way Yao plays. He gets in there with a 3-bet, pumping up this pot, and the other players behind don't like to fold either. So that means we're gonna have a nice, juicy action 5-way hand.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see, and I think we might see Joe just flick it in here.
Joe's got a 2, but he does have a suited king jack 9. Yeah, he can flop some straights. He does fold. Okay, that is a disciplined fold. Exactly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he's got a lot of pot odds there, but disciplined fold. I like that lay down. He's hopefully not gonna be mad at himself based off a.
And Kim flops a nut flush.
Nice.
Very nice. And Yao flopping second nuts, and J-Ma flopping a flush as well.
Wow, and Yao is the initial aggressor here. Let's see how he reacts here with a second nut flush.
Probably just going to see him get the money in here. Looks like he is going to bet the pot. I don't blame him. The pot is so large.
And J-Ma, look at that face.
Yeah, and J-Ma is really tough spot for him.
Because he could have pocket kings here.
He could definitely have pocket kings. I mean, the way Yao is played, he could just have pocket aces with the dry ace of hearts or something like that. So it's really, really tough.
Wow, that would be. Yeah,
he's capable of it from what I've seen, of having the dry ace of hearts. Really tough spot here.
Now that I'm looking at this, Hayden, he's gonna be Yeah, he's going to be stacked this hand. Because Kim is just waiting behind both these players with the nuts.
What a beautiful spot for Kim here.
And no one has a set, so her flush is looking very live against, obviously, 2 worse flushes. This is a great spot to be in for Kim. And she has everyone covered.
And I like the talking she's doing. She's kind of like making J-Ma think that she's not really interested in coming along here. She's just chattering up as, saying he's unbluffable for 70 as J-Ma's in the tank. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Kim actually is really impressive with speech play.
And J-Ma seems not concerned about her or Rick, so he seems like he's really just trying to figure out if Yao does have a better flush or not. Little does he know that he is in major trouble here if he puts his money in.
Yeah, let's see if we can catch anything that's coming out of his mouth.
And he's looking around at the other players in the hand, and he's experienced PLO player, and he's trying to get a feel for if the ace players flopped anything.
I mean, if he goes all in, is she gonna even Hollywood or just snap?
I mean, I think she's just gonna snap.
Yeah.
At that point, what is she trying to do?
I'm the type of player where there's even just one person behind me. Oh, he's doing it. He's all in.
He's doing it.
Yes.
And what a spot for Kim here. She's gonna get her money in very, very good. And J-Ma is probably gonna realize that he's drawing dead here when Kim rips it.
I was just gonna say I never snap. With the player behind.
And she shouldn't, because, to be honest, if she had flopped like a set of kings or something, she's probably going to go all in. So, And now she's telling him that he can save the money. And she's trying to get both of them to fold. And J-Ma does fold. Wow, what discipline. He puts in 1,500 and folds. I mean, knows he's drawing dead, so...
Wow. Okay, I think that was a great fold.
Excellent fold there, saving $500. And, oh. River's a set of queens. No good. And Kim is going to win a very nice pot here.
Nice immediate recovery for Kim.
Very excited to see her win the spot, especially considering the last stream. She's had some bad luck on the stream so far, so it's nice to see her run good in this spot. Ship the diaper money. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I like to see Kim win them, and I do like to see just some overall I like the speech play in her game. I think that's a very exciting aspect for the live stream, and I think just tell me if you think she could have just called there and then jammed on the turn and maybe roped him into a call, because she was kind of egging him on, just make the fold like he knew. Was there any way she could get that last bit of money?
It's possible.
I think her speech play in that case, Hayden, was more just for the stream. In our case, she was just I think for the stream guys, Kim was just hey, just fold. You're going to come to the conclusion that you're never good here.
To be fair, I think she didn't expect J-Ma to fold there when he had put in 1,500 and only was 5 behind. But I do agree with you. Maybe she, missed out on that extra 500 there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that J-Ma is just I've talked to him before. He's a very thinking player. I think that it would have been hard to get more money in.
Right.
Just in general.
Well, yeah, because if she flats there, it's a little fishy.
Yeah, when she calls, I mean,
I guess she could
have a set.
Yeah, because she is getting the right price to call there with the set.
So if she, so I was thinking maybe she can just call the flop, and then on any turn card she can just jam it, and then he can be like, okay, well, maybe she has a set and just commits herself to call.
Yeah, and Jennifer Alvarado in the chat, that's Rick's wife, coming in with a $2.99 super chat, says my hero. I think she's talking about Kim and not Rick, but thank you very much, Jen. Love Jen. She's played on the stream before a few Fridays back. She's actually a really solid player herself. Fun to watch.
Thank you for supporting the stream. Guys, share the stream. We got some awesome action tonight. Sharing that pot limit Omaha with some, some Hold'em players in the booth. But, we've been around the game. We're poker fanatics. Hayden's been playing the game much longer than I have. But I've studied Omaha in different ways, and now it's my third week in a row commentating this amazing stream hosted by Texas Kim, hosted by Poker House. So we're becoming more, Omaha regulars in the booth, and eventually going to try myself into some games and get some games going at Poker House because, there's a lack of Omaha games going on in the cash game streets here, Hayden.
Yeah, I think we can definitely do something to fix that.
I mean, if just I tell a couple of friends, let's get a game going, I'm sure people will hop in. It's really.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but nice flop here for Yao. He squeezes the Jack 8 6-5 double suited and flops a straight draw and flush draw with middle pair. Can't really ask for much of a better flop here when you pot a pre-flop with this hand.
Yeah, and Pokernomix saying he needed a 9.
Yeah,
he does have a straight draw.
Yeah,
on a flush draw board, he's not
going to see him make the fold here. He's in pretty rough shape, and nice hand there for Yao. Yao getting some money back right away, taking down a nice pot.
Yeah, and he doesn't learn everything that he wants to by. I'm wondering what cards Yao showed him. I'm sure maybe he showed him the flush draw but. Tough spot for him there. I mean, he's been making some good disciplined folds when he has a straight draw, but the board is two-tone, so that diminishes the value of a straight draw when it's a two-tone board because, it's most likely that they have a flush draw, so that takes away 2 of your outs. Yeah, like the stream, share the stream, show some love for the Thursday night PLO action with Texas Kim, with Bao, who looks down at pocket aces. We know he'll play them aggressively.
Yeah, he's 3-betting right away.
Yao has played, a couple of hands aggressively. That flush was, kind of a cooler situation, second nuts, first nuts, and then the next hand he got a good flop, took it down. So, I'm sure he'll have his chances to make his money back tonight.
He's got a really nice hand here. It looks like Joe comes in with the cold call here. Queen, queen, king, jack. Very nice connected hand.
Yeah, that's a very nice hand.
Kim's going to call here, closing the action. Maybe we'll see hearts again here. Looks like Galoo is not in this hand. Looks like Pokernomix and Yao made the call.
Galoo's had a slow start, actually. I'm surprised to not see him in the first couple of pots, but, we've got Yao mixing up with 9-4-3-2. Aces have the best of it. This is a really nice flop for Bauer, actually. He's got the straight flush draw to go along with the 2 pair, and luckily for him, no one has flopped trips, so he has over 60% chance to win this hand. Pokernomix has multiple straight draw, flush draw, but he knows how to get away from the second best hand.
Yeah, very interesting flop here. I think we might just see Bao bet the pot here.
He did, yes. And right now with the stack sizes where they are, we don't get to see that many intricate flop situations because of the fact that
these pots are multi-way.
This is so committing for Bao. He's never folding. He can never be bluffed. He can never be bluffed right now.
No, definitely not.
But I understand this happens a lot because it's multi-way. Yep, and Pokernomix gets away. It's 6-7, straight draw. He had second best flush draw. He was drawing very slim. Yao is drawn about the same. He's got 18%. He would need a 4. He would need, actually, he needs a couple. He doesn't need an ace, that's for sure. Just a 6 for him.
He needs a 6 or a 4.
Yeah. Again, he's scared of those spades. He makes the fold. Kim makes a quick fold, and Bao's going to take this one down.
Very nice hand, Bao.
Yeah, having the ace of spades is so strong there. Having the gut shot straight draw just in case someone does have a 5. It's very unlikely someone has, the full house, right? Hayden,
right. Even if they did, he did have a straight flush out, so he wasn't completely
he did have
dead.
one out. I guess that is
He's
pretty
out the
reassuring.
steel wheel.
It feels worse to get it in dead. There's a lot of flops though that I would check if I had aces there. Like if I had aces without the spades, I would not be playing that. We have Bao. We have Bao saying that he's gonna come play the Friday night game next week, where we have Kitty Ko coming in, professional from Taiwan, coming to play. Bao wants to get in the mix. I myself want to also get into the mix. I'll be playing that Friday night, as I will be playing tomorrow night, trying to become a regular there on the Friday night. High stakes streams. Well, I guess you could call it mid stakes.
That's gonna be a fun stream.
That will be a very fun stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward. What brought Kitty Quo here?
I think that she had a couple different high stakes games that she wanted to play while she was here. And since I was in Vegas, I convinced her to come play them at Poker House, since they're getting some high stakes games here. So she's going to, actually, this is going to be her first stop before I think she tries out a different card room in the area. But she's going to come play. And she asked me, I want to play the biggest game that you guys said they have hosted here. It's like, okay, well, that's our Friday games for sure. So it's a Friday game. It's probably going to be not 5-5-10. It's probably going to be a 5-10-25.
All right. Oh, wow. Stepping up.
So
right away.
I was just talking to Kim about that. She's been, getting the lineups together, and that'll be very fun nonetheless, whatever game it ends up being. She's played some of the biggest games, in the country.
Yeah, that'll be a really fun lineup there.
She's playing some of the biggest live streams in the country. I think she's going back to play at Hustler later this month as well. So it's cool that she's starting a tour off at Poker House. Set your calendars. January 15th, I believe. That's a Friday.
She plays a lot of high-stakes tournaments as well, so she's been in the scene for a while. Very accomplished player. Really great Twitter account. If you guys don't follow her, check it out.
Excuse me, January 13th, that Friday night stream. Week from tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow because I will be playing along with Texas Cam in a really, really fun 5-5-10 game. And that starts at 6 p.m. I'm very excited for that. It's been an honor to be able to play in that game. It's a big game. Representing next gen poker, it feels really awesome when I have Jack and Rosie texting me in real time, which obviously I see later on, about them sweating my biggest hands. And last week that I played in, I didn't actually get into any super difficult spots or massive pots. I actually got some good hands and played them pretty straightforwardly and just won them straight up. And won, small-ish pots, and I ended up with a small win, which is exciting. But I'm sure when I come back with those players putting people to the test in multiple different ways, bluffing, putting people in just a lot of multi-way situations, I'm sure that any day now I can get into my biggest pot of my life, Hayden. So I'm excited.
Biggest pot you've ever played?
The biggest pot I've played is, I think, almost 12,000.
Almost 12,000?
Yes. Okay. But that was kind of a one-off. I think the second biggest pot is near 10,000, and those were both on Hustler on 2 different appearances.
Okay.
All in pre-flop situations. I definitely could beat that
record on one of these
I
Fridays.
definitely could beat that record. Yeah. I definitely could beat that record. Because if I buy him for 5K.
Oh, yeah. There's some action players in there, too, so.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
As we see Yao, speaking of action players, putting in a 3-bet. If he keeps 3-betting, people are going to keep calling.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be calling here. Galoo might fold because he has a rainbow hand. Galoo has had some really bad starting hands so far.
Yes.
Which makes sense. He hasn't been in the mix.
Totally.
Showing some discipline, letting it go.
Yeah, nice. I like to see the different sides of the players here.
Pokernomix going to call here with the kings. Going to go 4 ways. Another $800 pot going to the flop.
I was disappointed not to play with Galoo last Friday on the Hold'em stream. Hope to see him on one of those games.
Yeah, he likes Hold'em, so
Yeah.
he should make it out for one of those.
Yeah, I'm definitely not ready to hop in this one with you Thursday night, but if you're ever wanting to play Friday, I know you like the big game, so I'm sure Kim and whoever's hosting that evening with the lineup will slide you in. Always welcome here, Poker House Live. Got a lot of fun characters becoming regulars on this live stream, so make sure to subscribe. We got 50 people here. Share the stream. Show some love. Got PLO every Thursday night, and Yao has picked up the flush here with his Queen 8. It's a paired board, so, he's definitely got a lot of...
A nice turn card for him. He has a 6 in his hand, which is nice because he's blocking some potential full houses players can have, so...
And you do like to see the quick folds.
Yeah, and he's got to feel very confident here that he has the best hand.
Yeah, I think Pokernomix was the initial raiser before the 3-bet from Yao, and,
Another nice pot for Yao.
I think if Pokernomix didn't have a 3 or a 10, and we can ask him later, but if he didn't have a 3 or a 10 there, I think that with Pocket Kings and against Yao's very loose start to this game and loose image just in general, he would have come in with a 4-bet there with Pocket Kings. But he just did call, and...
Yeah, maybe if he was double suited or had an ace in his hand.
Yeah, exactly. That he had 3, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah,
a really bad card to have. And then just one suit, King, 10, 3. Yao's not a player likes to fold, but...
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think we definitely would see him put the 4-bet in sometime.
Yeah, being last act, there's a pot out there to significantly put a big bet out there.
Oh, yeah. Joe with the pretty looking hand here. 8, 6, 7, 4 double suited. Pokernomix. The nice hand as well. He's got an ace high suit. 3 Broadway cards. And Yao 3-betting to 100 on his button. King, Queen, 7, 3. I think Yao wants to be the last raiser pre-flop. He just wants to be the aggressor.
Definitely.
It's been working well for him so far.
Definitely.
He's taken down some nice pots the last few hands.
There are many facets to the game of poker, and multiple facets that give you an advantage. And one of those things is having aggression, being the last aggressor. And Yao is doing a lot of that in this game. Helps when you're flopping good hands to go with it. This time has top pair.
Yeah, and Pokernomix flops really nicely here.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering where that equity was where it went, and it went straight to Pokernomix.
And Yao makes a good check here, taking a free card.
Dang.
And his patience is rewarded. He turns the king high straight. Bao turns a set. Pokernomix turns 2 pair with his nut flush draw, so we're definitely going to see him call.
And we might see, and would love to see a raise from Yao here.
It's a little scary because if he's up against ace queen, he's dead. He doesn't have any backup, and his straight is very vulnerable. So
it is scary, but there's a lot of draws to charge, and obviously I have the comfort of looking at their exact hands.
Yes, we do have that privilege.
Pokernomix
It's actually a pretty
probably
tough
would
spot.
have raised an ace queen.
He might think he's chopping because he doesn't have a redraw.
Oh, he's definitely not.
Yeah, interesting. I'm not surprised to see that.
Okay.
I think a lot of these players are gonna have a straight a lot of time, if not better.
Wow.
He would have gotten rivered.
He would have definitely gotten rivered.
Yeah, but as you can see, even though he had the best hand, he's still fading a lot. He's up against a set, 2 pair, and a flush draw. So, Pokernomix and Bao both rivering the nuts, so this pot's just gonna get chopped up here.
Yeah.
I actually think I might have folded that hand as well in Yao's shoes. I don't fault him. And these guys are just going to chop up a nice buy here.
Yeah, Pokernomix tries to put in a raise at the end, and Bao makes the quick call. He's not folding the nuts there. Yeah, he would have gotten river. Interesting, Hayden. Yeah, I thought that, having the straight, I agree with you that you hate all rivers that complete a board pair and that complete the flush. But besides that, you only lose to ace queen.
Mm-hmm. But I feel like you're chopping a lot at that point in the hand. So you're probably getting free rolled if you're not already beat. So I kind of think that was one of the rare situations where Yao actually had the best hand with the straight.
You'd only be chopping though with maybe one hand probably. You'd probably be up against against a straight and a flush draw. So at least you're gonna chop up the person with the flush draw's money.
Yeah.
On the end, and
I'd have to ask a PLO expert about that situation because I'm not sure, but it definitely.
and most hands would go check through on the river. If someone doesn't have ace queen, it's gonna check through the river.
Yeah.
Because flush draws are gonna be pretty unlikely to bluff there, and people would just. A queen, like a king high straight there, are not going to want to put more money in the pot.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, being in position, he could definitely choose to call and just see a river.
Yeah, we have...
In hindsight, he saved himself.
Yeah, we have the privilege of seeing everyone's
$400.
hands as well. Definitely, it's a tough spot in the moment. You see a very connected board. You see two other people being very aggressive. You see a tighter player as Pokernomix. Has been in these multi-way spots making a big call. So, you know, you are putting him on a very good hand. Like you said, straight or better.
Right.
Or king high straight or better.
And Kim raising up here with her ace jack 10-6. Got an ace high suit.
Joe's got ace king in the suit.
So a lot of players like to get in there with these ace-high suiteds, and rightfully so. You know, flopping the nut flush is very powerful. Drawing to the nuts, very powerful. Looks like Pokernomix has all the equity in this hand, flopping a boat, the 7-8. Nobody really has anything else to.
Yeah, Pokernomix does make the check. I was wondering what he would do there. He wants everyone to pick up, you know, anything, and Galoo picks up a straight, and Joe has diamonds, J-Ma has diamonds, but no, Joe's just going to fold immediately.
Yeah, good fold there by Joe on the pair board, not getting trapped in there.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, Galoo
like
making the
fold.
call now with this nut straight, and great spot here for Pokernomix. He's earning extra money this hand. He bumps it up to 550. And I think we'll see Galoo get away from this. I mean, he does have the nut straight, but the board is paired, so it's very, very dangerous spot in PLO to be in. And he
also raised with multiple people left to act in the hand.
I would have actually maybe liked to see Pokernomix just call there, try to get some value on the river.
Yeah, I think Galoo might have, you know, overvalued his straight at the end there. Maybe put out a bet if you just called. I'm not sure. But nice, when you put in the raise, it definitely looks like you've got better than straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, nice hand. Well played.
Well, we have hand number 15 in, so we could play you guys cumulative winnings report. And we have Kim making a comeback. She won a big hand, up 1.7 thousand. The rest of the players are pretty close to even. We got Bao up 600. And in this game, we'll see the numbers changing quickly. Glue up 500. Joe up slightly. Yao. J-Moss starting down 1.7. Sure, he'll be back in the mix. Rick, Pokernomix as well. Stacks are starting to build. Building, I would say, slightly. Actually, just recently, they look like they've been building a lot quicker. We have a 5K, a 4K, a 5K stack just to start us off. Kim at 6.7.
Yeah.
It looks like they're a little sneaky. We'll play the total stack sizes after this. This side of the table is a little less. Seat 1 through 4 is a little lower on their total stacks.
Looks like we got a popper in here. Mehdi puts in a 3-bet with his ace-10-6-5 double. We're definitely going to see, I think we're going to see J-Ma and Kim call here.
There's Galoo.
Kim's got a nice hand. She's got double suited queens. And Joe's going to come in as well with his 9-9 king-queen. Got Carlos Cortez in the chat. What's going on, Carlos? Carlos says, we'll see you tomorrow night, Carlos, for the Friday game.
Let's go. Is Carlos playing?
I believe so. I believe he is. Interesting flop here. Galoo flopping top pair with the nut straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and J-Ma flopping the nut flush draw. I think we might see Galoo pot it here given his stack size, and the fact that he can actually represent aces given that he was the pre-flop 3-better. And I think we're going to see J-Ma continue.
Yeah, he hasn't been in too many hands, and after putting this much money in the middle, I don't see him folding. J-Ma is also going to most likely raise. What do you think?
I think we will see him just call because he wouldn't mind inviting like some worse draws to come in. But he does fold given that Galoo's stack size is so short. There's not much behind for him to win. And I think interesting spot here for Joe with the second nut flush draw. And he does lay it down as well.
Wow, that surprises me, Hayden. That really does surprise me.
Yeah, I think if Galoo was deeper, we definitely would have seen J-Ma call, but because you didn't have much behind, I understand the fold.
Wow. I mean, on a non-paired board, when you have the nut flush draw, so you know any spade gives you the nuts, I just have never folded before. So that just surprised me that he folded. Because we know that you always have the equity against a pot-sized bet if you have a nut flush draw on the flop.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense.
That's just why I'm surprised that he folded. And
yeah, maybe, I don't know.
well, good thing that we have a good relationship with these players. We'll talk to them after. We can ask them. Maybe they're thinking some of these hands.
Yeah, maybe he was concerned someone might raise behind him.
Yeah, I mean, does he have a big stack? He had a 6K stack on him. A couple of these players are going to have a very high VPIP.
It's like Bao's going to take this one down here with his betting his flush draw on the flop.
Make sure to like the stream if you're enjoying and sharing it. Really appreciate you guys tuning in some PLO with us.
Up to 54 viewers so far. Checking out the
Amazing PLO action.
yeah.
Says 136, but plays like a 2-5-10 on the conservative side of that. Thanks to players like Yao.
Oh yeah. And Kim raising up here with her King Jack 10-5. She's double suited. Bao making the call. Galoo taking his time. We might see him make the call here. For 60. And Yao's going to pot it. He's got ace-8, 7-3, double suited. And he's potting it right away here. This could be a really big pot. I don't think we're going to see Kim go anywhere. She's double suited. She's got 3 broadways.
Wow, she's got a big stack.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see Bao call as well. Jack 7, 6-5. But Doogie. Joe's got kind of a raggedy hand, but he might want to see a flop, and he is calling. These players, Mehdi fold, Galoo folds. He did have a really tough hand to play multi-way, so don't blame him, but he's shown some discipline today. He's he's folding his junky hands. And what a flop here. Wow, Joe flops the nuts. Yao flops the nut flush draw, and Kim flops top 2 pair.
Wow, and he immediately leads out with a pot-sized bet.
Yeah, and he just has the dry nut straight, so I don't blame him for doing this at all. He actually wouldn't mind if everyone just folded. As you can see, he only has 45% equity. Everyone is drawing fairly live against him with full house outs. There's a lot of terrible turn cards for his hand, so I like this play here from Joe. He can just get his stack in on the flop. Definitely, we're going to see Yao just call because he wouldn't mind if someone else comes into the spot. Kim makes a good fold, and Bao's going to lay it down as well. And yeah, Joe just flopping the nuts here, getting his money in good.
Yeah. Good luck to Joe. Good luck to Yao. We have a flop straight, which is a tough hand to hold in pot 11 Omaha versus Yao, who has the flush draw. The board pairs doesn't help anyone.
And Kim would have turned the nut boat, and Joe's going to hold here with the straight. Nice hand for Joe.
Bang. Yeah, I thought Kim might consider making the call there.
I think it's a good fold in hindsight. She just has 2 pair. I think if she had a set, like if she had top set, she's definitely calling 3 ways. But
and Joe thanks her for folding as he scoops in a big pot.
Yeah, definitely happy she laid it down there. Nice hand there for Joe. Getting in there and gambling with the Queen Jack 9-5 and getting rewarded. Great flop.
You see that flop, you know what to do. Just go all in.
Yeah, you got a pot size bet. Let's put the money in. Carlos Cortez coming in with the $42 super chat, supporting Hayden and Kim in the Poker House Dallas stream. My donation is representative of my new favorite hand to play against, 4 deuce offsuit. Thank you so much for the super chat, Carlos. Really appreciate that. So I don't know if you know about Carlos's and OFC's rivalry that they have going on.
I'm starting to learn about that, and thank you, Carlos. That's pretty awesome of you to give a nice donation in the stream and to Poker House. That's really awesome. Production team has been putting a lot of hard work in here. So yeah, tell me about that dynamic, as I saw a little bit of it last Friday.
Yeah, so Carlos actually for Christmas, he got an ugly Christmas sweater that had OFC's face right in the middle of it.
Wow, really?
And he unveiled it and he goes, "Isn't this the ugliest thing you've ever seen?" So everyone was laughing.
That is funny.
And OFC actually wore it a couple Fridays ago to the stream here.
He took the gift?
Yeah, he took the gift.
Wow, he took the sweater.
Yeah. So they're good. They're friends actually, but
yeah, of course.
OFC has ran well against Carlos. So Carlos has been waiting for his opportunity to stack him. Last night on the stream, Carlos limped under the gun for 50 with aces. The whole table limps, and OFC shoves for 3,000 with 4 deuce offsuit.
Wow.
So Carlos got just what he wanted.
Got him.
He snapped him off with the aces, and the rest is history.
He trapped him.
Yeah, OFC did flop a pair, so he did fade some outs there.
Wow.
Nice hand for Carlos.
It's always a sweat in poker, but nice hand to Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos sent me a text, said he was proud when he graduated law school, when his son was born, but he never felt anything as exciting as stacking OFC in that hand.
Wow.
So well done, Carlos.
That's an honor to OFC, honestly.
Yeah, I was rooting for him for sure. But
nice.
Very nice hand.
Nice. Stacking OFC, I'm sure, is an amazing feeling.
It is. It's hard
One
to do.
I hope I feel on Friday night, tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Excited you guys have seen me rise up the stakes on the next gen poker vlog, starting 1-2 just 2.5 years ago, buying in for $200 WinStar Casino Friday nights.
That's awesome.
And now we're playing a high stakes 3K to start buy-in. I'll be prepared to top up to 5K. And we'll have a bullet left behind in the chamber. Maybe 2 of those.
Coming a long ways.
Yep.
So can I ask you, do you top up to a certain number because you want to have a certain number of big blinds?
Yeah, I always want to have 150 bigs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, people will notice me. People will notice me. Hayden has played a stream with me, played Savage Sunday with me. Or I know we played another stream together too on last Friday where I just kind of topped up like 200, 300 at a time. And what I'll do is I'll kind of just be watching, the straddles come in, and sometimes like if I had just lost a small pot and I notice that one of the players straddles every time about a straddle, I'll make sure to top up just a few hundred if I need to be at roughly 150 bigs. And the reason being is because I'm playing with such aggressive people that I just don't want to be so short where I feel any pressure to make bigger folds pre-flop because I've gone short. I don't have the stack to really back myself up.
You want to be able to call 3-bets if you need to.
Exactly. And I feel like there is an awkward in-between stage where, yeah, sure, I could play an actual short stack and like just be like jamming over 3-bets. That's a fine strategy, but not one I want to implement in a live stream game. I like playing deep stack. That's more entertaining for people. Mm-hmm. So if I'm going to be playing a deep stack strategy, I want to play at least 150. And I just think that if you go in buying for 100, well, you add one straddle, now you're at 50. So I like 152 because when people double straddle, now I'm at 75 at least.
Right.
I'm more prepared if there's more straddles in play.
So last Friday you were topping up to 4,000, and this Friday you're bumping it up to 5.
Yeah, I'm prepared to bump up to 5 because I'm expecting the 25. I'm expecting something like
the 40 on.
The 40 on.
The 40 was on a lot last week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm expecting.
Makes sense.
So I'll play it by ear as we see a flip. So we'll just kind of talk this through and let them flip. I think they're filling $50 each here. So yeah, I think that there's a bunch of different strategies for a bunch of different people. And ideally, in my perfect world, Hayden, I would walk up to that table and I would bring, I would have money in a player bank and I would have, $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 with me. And I would just...
You want to cover?
I would cover everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I would do. Yeah, I would cover everybody. And that's what I would do if I had a peak bankroll. But peak bankroll, just what I mean by that is if I had, or where I feel about 1-2 right now, where I could buy into like a super, super deep. Essentially, later in my life, I feel like I'll be in a more comfortable spot to do something like that.
Right.
And play, for 10K, 20K stacks. But right now, just don't need to push it that hard. But yeah, definitely, I think that's the coolest way to play these action games because you are getting into these like unchartable areas of poker. And I am speaking of like GTO charts. Like when I say unchartable, like land in poker, when you're getting to 300, 400 big blinds deep, like that does significantly change how a solver output would give out a situation,
Right.
So like when I'm 4-betting, out of position, and this player, we're both playing like 350 big blinds deep. Like they're gonna call me in position, like even though it's a 4-bet, which I'm showing a ton of strength, very wide, right. Because they know how to play these these like really deep situations. They know they have these like implied odds to actually play these suited connectors against me, play these pocket pairs against me. And then if I get a bad flop with my ace queen, ace king, which is part of my 4-betting range and that kind of hands, then it's gonna be hard to. It's going to be hard to play against them out of position. So I just think that having that deep stack is like where you learn how to become the best poker player because then you can navigate any situation.
Yeah, absolutely. It also, it's cool to take people out of their comfort zone, out of an area that isn't studied very often. So.
Totally. I agree. I think that's good that I'm learning at 100 and 150 and then as my confidence goes up and my experience, then you start playing with that more 300 to 400 area.
We got a flop here. Joe flopping trip jacks and J-Ma flopping kings full. Gonna be really, really interesting here to see how J-Ma navigates this and how much value he's able to extract from Joe. Joe is a savvy PLO player, so he's going to be very suspicious here when he faces a raise. And it's a tough spot for him because he can very, very easily be drawing dead on this flop, as we see. I mean, almost drawing dead. He just has a jack. But he does not even have, if he had an ace in his hand, he might peel a lot more often here. But he makes a very disciplined fold there, realizing that J-Ma is going to have a hand like king-jack a lot or even king-king. So I think J-Ma's going to be a little sad there. He didn't get more value from Joe's hand.
Yeah,
But
and
it was
a
very
quick
nice
fold.
laydown.
Very
Yeah.
quick fold from him.
But
So
in a multi-way pot like that,
knew where he was at.
Yeah, when you bet and get raised, it's really hard for your opponent to be bluffing when there's like 6 players in the flop that, saw the flop, because your betting range there is going to be mostly jacks. So it's like, is this guy really trying to bluff me off trip jacks? Probably not. So, he just lets it go.
And you do want him to have hit his full house.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
if you want him to have that jack with the queen when the turn hits a queen and he has a full house, and
Which
now
maybe
you have the better full house.
J-Ma should just call there because he wants like Joe to boat up.
Results oriented, definitely
Yeah.
he should just call. Maybe
I
there's some
really don't
splashier
know.
players
Yeah.
that want to.
And maybe he views Joe as a splashier player than he
Exactly.
actually is.
Yeah, he doesn't know Joe's making what I would say is a very good laydown.
Yeah. And Joe probably has that image because he definitely likes to gamble pre-flop, but from what I've seen, he makes very solid decisions post-flop. So, he's not afraid to make some lighter peels, but he can do that because he makes, he's playing very well after the flop. So, and Yao just bombing it up here with the 7-5 4-3 double suited.
And Kim, who we have not seen her hand yet, is asking questions.
She's curious. She wants to know how much Yao is allowed to make it. Maybe trying to give herself a little discount here to see the flop. And she's not going to be interested here. She hadn't even looked at her hand yet. I think we're definitely see Bao come along here. And he's just going to pot it here. Interesting play. I actually like this against Yao because he's been so aggressive.
Wow, I wonder what Pokernomix is going to do.
Yeah, tough spot. He's got rainbow. He's got a nice high pair connected hand, but unfortunately he doesn't have any suits. So I would not fault him for folding here. But he is up against 2 of the loosest players at the table, so interesting to see what he's going to do.
Grabbing chips, looking at his stack. Yao is the one he's definitely more concerned with his 4K stack.
I really always feel uneasy about putting lots of money in pre-flop and PLO with a rainbow hand. A hand that doesn't even have one suit.
Having the pair and having the connectivity is not enough.
I mean, from the minimal studying I've done and some of the reading and videos I've watched is having no suits in your hand is actually really hurts your equity, especially multi-way. Having the inability to make a flush is really hurts your equity. So, but he does just put it in here, and he does have good equity in this hand against both these players. He's got 34%, 3 ways.
And Yao has 3, 4, 5, 7 double suited. His hearts are not live. I'm assuming Bao is absolutely pot committed. I thought this bet would honestly get Yao out of the hand. I thought Pokernomix was going to get, isolated, which he definitely would like.
So Yao actually has a hand that plays like really good against like a premium or like aces because it's very live. He's double suited and he's got a rundown. And as you can see here, he actually has the most equity 3 ways. So given that Yao style and the way he plays,
I was about to say.
this is why players like Yao love PLO because they can gamble, get in a big pot with a hand like this, and they can have 39% equity. They can be a favorite.
Oh, yeah. He's a favorite with 7 high.
Yeah.
Good luck, everybody. We're 3 ways, all in. 10K pot. First 10K pot of the night.
10K
Share the
pot.
stream. Leave a like.
Right away.
Here we go.
Yep. And I'm not surprised at all that Yao was the favorite. Let's go. This is PLO in a nutshell. Put your money in and hold on. Who are you rooting for here? No, we're not supposed to have favorites, but
Yeah, I won't even say anyone. Yeah, I won't say anyone. Overall, Hayden, I generally like to see one player run up a big stack. I think that's like generally exciting.
Yeah.
So
I think if we see Yao win this pot, it's going to be very, very good for the game.
yeah, I have
I
a.
think they might be running it twice, actually. Oh, no. He says one time. And wow, what a flop here. Pokernomix flopping top set. Bao flopping a flush draw and straight draw.
Oh, he turned.
And Yao turning outs too with the straight draw. And Yao rivers the nuts to scoop a 10K pot.
Bang.
Goes runner.
Bang. Bang.
Wow.
Bang.
He fades the board pairing, fades Bao making his flush, and goes runner to make the straight. And he's very excited. Oh, looks like they are running it twice. Okay. But he's free rolling now. And this is actually a good flop for Yao too. Not a
That's
good turn.
a good flop for kings.
Yeah, good turn card for Pokernomix. Okay.
Bang. Pokernomix does get the second board after a devastating first board run out. The Yao picks up the first board, Pokernomix picks up the second, and they are scooping up half of a $10.1 thousand pot. Wow. Make sure to subscribe, guys. We have some awesome PLO action. I mean, wow, Yao, I am very impressed that, you knew where you were at. Exactly. You, like Hayden was saying, you're putting them on two big hands, high card hands. That's what they both had. Rivering the nuts,
Yeah, he's in a great
too.
spot there.
Gosh.
I love it. Love it. Love the enthusiasm, too. That's what we need here. So it looks like Yao's gonna... Yao making a mess of his chip stack there. These players are very excited. Our biggest spot of the night so far, we just crossed the 10K mark. About an hour into the stream.
Who are you guys rooting for in that three-way pop? What a crazy, crazy hand. I love it. I mean, poker is such a six game because you just always have outs. I mean, Yao, he had nothing on that flop. It was literally all Pokernomix, and it was Bao. It was Bao with the flush draw. It was Pokernomix with the top set. It was... Yao was out of the hand. And then it goes turn, gut shot, river, nuts, bang, just like that. There's 5 cards, and we have 4. That's why Omaha is so exciting. You can never get it in that bad, which scares me deeply, deeply Hayden as a Hold'em player who gets sucked out in every tournament I've played recently.
Just gotta embrace the variance.
Where it's like, wow, adding variance to that. Ooh. Ooh. So I played a hand, and this guy blind jammed one hand, and then the next hand he folded. And then, so the first hand he blind jammed, I had nothing. Second hand, he folded. The next hand, someone eggs him on. They go, yo, you gonna blind jam again, dog? And so much ego in this beautiful game that we love of poker. He goes, I'm all in, blind. I'm right to his left. He's under the gun 1.
Yeah.
He jams 200 bigs, like he had a huge stack. And I looked down at pocket kings.
Nice.
And I go, oh, you didn't look? Oh, like you guys, you didn't look? Like I'm trying to sell it. And I'm like, oh, I'm all in then if he didn't look. I have pocket kings, everybody. I have pocket kings. And everyone else folds. And it's me versus him. He's got king 7 offsuit.
What a spot.
What a spot.
What a spot. Get your chips in.
Get my chips in.
Welcome to Choctaw.
Choctaw nuts, baby. Pocket kings. Make sure to subscribe if you are
And guys, subscribe. Hit that like button.
liking all the content here.
Got some great streams coming up here. Including this one on a weekly basis. If you like PLO, tune in every Thursday. 6 p.m. Central Time. And you will see these guys mixing it up, doing battle. Bao and Yao are going at it. Yao betting with 10s. Bao calling with a lot of backdoor draws. Galu's going to come along with his top pair. Backdoor flush draw. It's a fun thing about PLO. The turn just changes so many things. And
Yeah,
great turn for Galu. It's top 2. Bao's going to lead out here, turning a gut shot. And I think we're going to see Galu raise here. This is set up pretty nicely for him.
Yeah, that's a beautiful board for Jack 8. And there's no straights possible, only draws.
He just calls. Very interesting. Keeping them around.
Hanging around.
Yes. And if he picked up that Bao is bluffing here, this is a great play for Galu. Not the greatest river as some straights come in. 5-6 gets there and 9-10 gets there. Which are definitely hands that Bao could have. And Bao is going to bluff this river.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very interesting decision here for Galu.
Oh, big bet. Black and purple and 1,500.
Curious what Galu's going to do here.
He's calling.
Yeah, I would expect him to call, especially with a 10 and a 5 in his hand. He blocks both straights, which is interesting.
Man, I just think that Galu just isn't going to give up a hand as strong as top 2 pair when just the one draw has gone there, 5-6.
Yeah, and if Galu makes this call,
I mean,
he
there's
really earned himself an extra $1,500 from just by just calling that turn and not raising.
Yeah.
Raising there would have been a very viable thing to do.
definitely. And it's always a tough spot when you're facing a $1,500 bet with just 2 pairs. So not an easy spot by any means. I'm just really rooting for him to stick it in here because, you know, he's underplayed his hand by just calling on the turn when he definitely could have raised for protection against, you know, hands like 5-6. Like, this is exactly why you raise the turn, because then you at least know where you're at. I guess he would have preferred, you know, a card bigger than a jack, but that also gives people better 2 pairs. So
if anyone can make this call, it's definitely Galu. He makes a lot of great calls. But Bao definitely representing a straight or nothing here with this bet. I don't even think a set would bet this much on the end when both straights come in.
yeah, I agree. And I think Bao, if you guys have been noticing it as, oh, yes, he's grabbing chips.
And it's a strong bet by Bao because Galu could definitely have a straight himself the way the hand played. So
yeah,
very ballsy bet here from Bao.
Chips are coming out.
Both these players showing a lot of heart this hand, the way that they played it.
I completely agree. Thank you guys for showing up and showing heart here on the Thursday night Omaha live stream. You get 4 cards. You share those 5, but wow, the way you play those chips with those different cards makes this game so entertaining, and these guys know how to bring it. He's counted the chips out, but he cannot put them in yet, and he makes it fold. Hayden, he folds.
He did fold.
I thought after the chips were counted, he was surely going to put it in, and Bao doesn't show, which I also had a little side bet on that he was. He doesn't show, doesn't go for the max tilt, and that one is going to be a very tough one for Galu to watch back. As we can see, we have the camera locked in on him. He is in the tank. He is considering his whole life back right now. He's considering the last 10, 20 years. This is pain. Pain. And it's not going to get better hearing back this commentary as, you know, I was rooting for him to call. I was really rooting for Hayden.
Yeah, I thought he was going to call. Carlos in the chat saying that he knew Galu was going to fold. He called it. That's a great play. Great play there by Bao. Really tough. I don't mind Galu. I don't blame Galu at all for folding there. It's really tough for Bao to be bluffing the way that hand played. So
Bao has put in, you know, small value bets before. So when he goes big, he does polar, make himself, you know, say that he's got a big hand or he's got a bluff. So
Yeah, and he didn't bet full pot. He bet 3/4 spot, so very interesting spot there.
yeah, Bao's reputation, in my eyes, warrant a call.
Would you have made that? You would have made that call in that spot.
But
not
I'm
an
very
easy
hesitant.
call.
I'm very hesitant to say that I would have made the call because again, I'm not in the spot. I'm extremely hesitant to say that I would have made the call.
Yeah, it's a tough spot.
I'm mostly just here to observe and to try to bring action and entertainment to you guys, and I really hope that I am doing that.
Yeah.
And as we see Glue, he's definitely going to go for a pot here, and this is the best time to lose a hand because
He's getting right back in the mix here with his
now
aces.
he's got the appeared image of tilt, but he actually has pocket aces. He's got the suit. He's got 2 wheel cards, so giving him some extra chance for some straights. I think that, yes, he is going to be looked up a little bit lighter than normal. Not sure if this is because he might look tilted to J-Mob, but he's got the Queen 10-6-5. It's connected in multiple ways, but it's not very connected. So I just usually like steer away from hands like that, but
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm just not really, I guess, experienced enough or comfortable enough to feel like I want to be playing large pots with this hand.
exactly.
But
But it looks nice.
Yeah,
like on the screen, it looks nice.
it looks pretty.
Because people would say, I'm always going to play 6-5 suited. I'm always going to play Queen 10 suited. So they have Queen 10-6-5 double suited. It's like, well,
A nice hand there for Galoo. Good bet on that flop.
Yep.
And takes it down.
nice. I'm glad to see him scooping in one right back after, unfortunately, getting bluffed in that big hand from Bao. We have some fearless poker going on from Bao and from Yao.
So Carlos asking in the chat why Rick didn't come in with his kings. He had pretty ugly kings. I think he had like a 7 high suit, and he had king, king, 7 deuce, and that hand plays really badly against aces. He's pretty much just looking for a king. So the flop did come king high. He would have made top set, but I don't blame Rick for the fold there at all with the kings. You'd much rather have a hand that's like double suited and connected, well connected, to be playing against like a limp raise that's going to be aces a lot of the time.
Yeah, King, King, Deuce 7 has that quality of having a high pair, but doesn't have the connectivity, doesn't have the suitedness, because honestly, a 7 high suit isn't going to get you jack in a multi-way pot.
Yeah.
So
and the 7 deuce isn't going to do anything for you. So he's just playing his kings.
Yeah, exactly. So then you're just set mining.
Right.
And then when you flop a king on a 2-tone board, good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're just getting your money and flipping. Yeah, Yummy Cortez says Jack 10 9 8 plays better than King King 7 deuce. I'd agree. Much rather have that.
Oh
hand.
yeah, I'd way rather have that hand. Anytime you got a rundown, which is 4 cards in a row, it's pretty good. Now, obviously, Jack 10 9 8 is gonna be stronger than 2 3 4 5. It's a little bigger, but in different times, those hands can be more strong because you're going up against different ranges at different times. So sometimes it's better to have those low cards. When, like earlier, Yao was up against, what seemed like 2 really big card hands.
Yeah.
So we have players here that are able to diversify in different situations and adapt to different configurations. It's awesome to watch. So we see Joe putting out a bet here. He's got
the nut straight again. This man makes a nut straight a lot.
He does.
And
don't know if he'll get any action. I guess
we're
J-Mod.
gonna see Bao call here. He's got the nut flush draw.
So as we saw, J-Mod just releases the second nut straight, Queen 9. Doesn't even give him a value bet. Not even on the turn. Doesn't even give it to him.
Yeah.
I mean, they're multi-way. What's he going to bet? Like a player like Joe is already getting the respect.
Yeah, I like the fold there.
Immediately getting the respect to
I like the fold
Queen
there.
9 just lays it down. Doesn't tear him off.
Yeah. And Hold'em, of course, you're never folding there. You might even be raising, but in PLO, it's totally different. And nice. Joe just checks back here with the board pairing. I like the check because he's not going to get called. He's really not going to get called unless he's beat. Bao is just going to check fold and miss flush draw. And if he did have a full house, then Joe's going to get some bad news. So, and he could potentially get bluffed as well. So, well played hand there from Joe. Really playing well tonight. Playing well and running well. Making lots of straights and holding up.
The strongest combination in poker.
Yeah.
Winning and playing well. Running well, playing well.
Carlos, just keep stacking OFC with aces, and you'll be just fine.
And you'll get more chances to do
Yeah.
that, I promise you.
Yeah. Maybe your next Christmas sweater will be like a picture of OFC holding up like 4 deuce offsuit. I think that would be a good one.
That will sell on stream. That will be a fan favorite right there. Yeah, I'm with you, Carlos. I'd rather, learn this game of Hold'em before I, go and dabble in the 4-card streets with $5,000 to $10,000 in my stack. I'm gonna just kind of watch and enjoy the stream from the commentary booth. Enjoy with you guys watching from home and just getting to enjoy it on the screen as these guys put on a show for us here every single week, Thursday night, 6 p.m. 6-way pots, guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you at least a 6-way pot once a night.
If we go,
that's a pretty safe promise, right, Hayden?
We haven't seen many less than 6-way pots. I think we've seen 1 3-way pot going to a flop. A minimum 3. It's very hard to get a heads up in this game.
It really is.
And Galoo with a really nice hand here. Ace, queen, queen, jack with an ace-high suit. And looks like Yao. Yao flopping trip 6s. He's got by far the best hand. Really nice flop with trip 6s too when you have 3 overcards. Because he knows if he catches a 10, a jack, or a king, he very likely has the nut boat. So
let's see how Rick proceeds with these straight draws.
Yeah, I think we're going to see him fold. His outs could definitely be dirty. He is blocking a full house, but he's out of position. Really surprised to see Rick call there.
I mean, I think blocking the full house, that gives him just enough. I mean, if we were going to pull him in and ask him why he's calling there.
I would like to know what his thought process is here.
I mean, he doesn't have backdoor spades.
I mean,
just has that open-ended. It's not a wrap.
Yao is kind of a crazy player, but he's betting into 6 players, 5 different players on a pair of boards. So,
well, you're going to be fairly confident. I'm fairly confident to say that Yao's going to be betting the turn once he bets a 6-6-5 board into 5 different players.
Right.
So you're going to have to face a turn bet, which is scary on a paired board. But having that 5 is pretty crucial to know that your hand's not dead.
But the tough thing about his draw is like he doesn't know if Yao has a 4 or 9 in his hand.
Yeah.
Right. And the way Yao
he could have 6-4
is played, he could have any combination of those cards. So.
But watch Hayden as Rick.
And Rick looks like he's going for the raise.
Exactly.
Which I don't know if he's deep enough to pull this off. And Yao, it's tough to get Yao to fold to 6. Rick reading correctly here that Yao does not have a full house yet. But
I think that 5's a crucial card, and I think that
he's blocking 6-5. I think he wisely folds there. I like the thought, but I don't think it was going to work in that spot.
Yeah, I think he was assessing that maybe he's not deep enough to make that play work.
Yeah, I think Yao is always calling the raise, and then Rick isn't going to have enough behind on the river to.
And if he has a hand like ace-6 or king-6, or both of those, ace-king-6, queen, 6, all those hands,
right.
He's going to be like, okay, well, I call your raise because I'm going to try to hit my full house. So
right.
It's hard to bluff someone when they still have a lot of equity when against the hands that you are representing, and you already aren't representing that many hands to begin with. Mm-hmm. So that's a pretty tough spot to give someone to fold a hand as strong as trips there. So I think Rick was smart just to let that one go. I will show the V-pips real quick. See, Joe has been getting it in 84% of the time, and that's been, he's been quietly done that, and he's winning at that bow in second place with 80%.
Yeah, Joe likes to see flops. I'm not surprised at all. When I played with him, he likes to play a lot of different hands and see a lot of flops. And he's gotten some very good hands as well.
And we'll show the cumulative winnings here soon, but Joe has off to a very strong start, playing the most hands, giving action, but also maximizing his profit.
And Bao does not want to play a limp pot, so he's going to bump it up to 60. It's King 9-5-3 double. Kim with a nice hand here, just limp calling. She does have 3 spades in her hand though, which hurts, her equity just a little bit. And Kim flopping the nuts again with the redraw to the straight flush. Fortunately, I don't think anyone really has much here to give her action with. She is just betting 200. And looks like Bao is making the call with 2 pairs, 9s and 3s. Everyone else gets out of the way.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of hand that she's trying to get value from. But it'll be hard to, get them to pay off much more after that turn comes. The Jack of Clubs, and Kim's got 3 spades, makes it less likely they got a flush. And
yeah, so she just wants to charge sets for 2 pairs there. Get value.
And like I promised, here is cumulative winnings report. Joe in the lead, up 3,000. Glue up 1.5. Kim up 1.5. The rest are down, and I'm a little surprised to see Glue up 1.5. I wasn't sure. After that one hand, he could be up a lot more, but Bao put him in a very tough spot with 2 pair. Made a very high level bluff. Had a blocker to the nuts. I said it earlier. A few of these players here are fearless. Bao is one of them. And there was a 2-5 stream that we played where it was a similar situation where I was, I was in the game, so I wasn't as much rooting for it as I do while I'm here in the booth. But one of the situations where Regis could have run up one of the biggest 2-5 stacks I've ever seen.
Oh, really?
Yes, where he was having one of those days, sun running, playing every hand, and he had about like a 7 or 8K from like a 1.5K start, and there was a crazy bluff by Jay.
Did it get through?
And Jay had a worse flush draw that he was making a play with on the turn, and Regis had a better flush draw, but he didn't have much else to go with it.
So Regis called and then...
So it went like Regis made a big bet on the turn, and then Jay jammed for like over 2K as a bluff.
And Regis called?
And Regis folded.
Oh,
and it was a spot where he would have won a huge pot because he had Jay in a really bad spot.
Oh, wow. Props to Jay for...
Yeah, so
not the big bluff.
Shout out Jay for a monster bluff against someone who, doesn't give off the image of someone who is going to fold.
Yeah, he's a scary man to bluff right there, Mr. Regis.
Yeah. Awesome guy. Nice playing with him. It's always fun having him on the Sunday streams and seeing him play just in general. He's an awesome guy. He's around the room a lot. So if you ever want to come play with Regis, come play some 2-5 Poker House. Any night, really.
Yeah, he likes to mix it up. Is he here every night?
Most nights, I would say, Hayden. I typically play later in the week, so I'm like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night type of guy. So you guys will catch me there on the weekends, but I have definitely seen, I've seen him here every night possible. So
awesome.
I'm sure he's here as much as he can be.
He likes to get in there and mix it up with the young guns.
Oh yeah,
he's tough to play against. He's a fun player to play with.
I know a lot of people here watching are local, so if you guys, trying to play some 2-5, come around 6 p.m. starting every single night here at Poker House. I love playing with you guys. I can promise you if you're playing with me, I'm going to be recording for shorts or vlogs, so you can get in some content, share with your friends if you beat me in a big pot. Now, if I beat you in a big pot, be prepared for that to also be on Instagram.
It's going to be shared.
It's going to be shared to your friends. Now, I don't ever really put anyone's face in it unless they
want to be in.
Want to be in it, exactly. I don't show anyone's face. But you'll know watching it. You'll know it's you.
That was me, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, one of the shorts I just posted either yesterday or 2 days ago was against Du Bois. So I didn't show his face, but he made one of my shorts.
You don't see his face anyways.
Yes, you're right.
Guy's a ninja.
He is a ninja.
Nice guy, though. It's funny, actually, when maybe like 4 or 5 years ago when Andrew Nemi was like new to the vlogging scene, I played a big hand against him in a tournament where I ran a weird bluff, and I kind of just wanted to get on his vlog.
Really?
Yeah.
Did it work?
It did not work, but he went in the tank for like 5 minutes with 2 pair and called. So yeah, but I did make the vlog, so that was fun.
Nice. Okay, so you
Yeah.
did make the vlog.
Yeah,
Probably not worth a couple $1,000s.
it was a tournament buy-in. It was like $600 main.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a little punty. It was unnecessary, but you know.
Andrew plays, very well, so he's not going to be the man that's going to be easily bluffed. He usually knows where he's at. As we see Galoo rivering the straight and just immediately going all in. He called the turn and then just led the river, which I think is, a more common play in Omaha.
And he got called by Bao with top 2 pair, 9 to 10. So
yeah, Yao is
unlucky river there for Yao. He had a really nice hand going into the river.
Really did.
Yeah, they both did.
Yeah, so on the turn, they actually were about a 57-43, I think it said. So almost coin flipping on the turn. They both had equity going in a lot of different places, straights, flush draws, a lot of stuff going for them. Galoo was fortunate enough to pick up that 10 of diamonds, jams for 1.7. Yao is now in the tank. It's not an easy spot. I mean, again, we only have 2 pair. 87 with a 6, 8, 9, or 10 gives a straight to the player. So Galoo is actually fortunate here to have, the nut straight. So the best possible, Queen Jack with the best possible straight, but he has the best possible straight to a 7. So he has a 7 and a Jack compared to just 9, 7, 8, 7. So I think Yao's going to have better hands to be able to call off with here. Obviously, I'm looking at the cards. So Yao is just in a really tough spot, but maybe he'll. And this also is just giving Galoo's image too.
Yeah,
gets him
I think
paid.
it's definitely because it's Galoo. It's really
exactly
giving him a hard time here. But it is really tough to make this call in Omaha when on this board with 2 pair. Looks like Yao is gonna make the fold. What's up? You got food? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, cool. All right, guys. Frankie stepped out of the booth for a minute to go get some food, so it's just going to be me in here. And looks like Yao did make a good fold, and Galoo is going to take in a nice pot there. I have 53 viewers in the chat right now. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Hit that like and subscribe button if you're liking what you're seeing so far and you want to see more of it. Helps us, helps Poker House continue to produce this content for you guys. And we're getting right back into the next hand. We're definitely going to see Rick probably raise it up here versus Bao with the King, King, Queen, 6. He's got a suit. Galoo's got a hand that looks playable here. King, Queen, 9, 8. Eddie Bat says, don't touch anything in here while you're in there alone. I'm like nervous to even touch my water because I just don't want, mess anything up. So you got it, Eddie. My hands are, I'm sitting on my hands. So it looks like Rick actually limped here with his kings. Interesting. And Yao's raising up with the deuce, deuce, ace 3 double suited. And we're going to go... What's up, Nick? How you doing, man? Thank you for joining us. Looks like we are 5 ways to this flop. And nobody has a 4. Rick's kings are in the lead, and he does just check. Goes checked around here. Rick turning a flush draw with his overpair. Bao's going to take a stab at this with the 9-8. And I think we're definitely going to see Rick call here with his overpair and flush draw.
We got a piece out there, if y'all want some.
Oh,
I'll take a piece. Any things, pepperoni, supreme, meat lover.
pepperoni's good. Yeah, thank you so much. And Rick does make the call. Sorry, guys, I got some pizza offer. And so Bao's got an interesting decision here. If he wants to bluff, he does just check, and Rick's happy about that. Very happy to check back and win this pot. Nice hand for Rick. Thank you, man. Yeah, I agree. Yummy Cortez. Flush draws on a pair board are very dangerous in Omaha. But Rick calling there, he does have an overpair with it too, so you can always catch that king to make a better full house, which is definitely something to consider. But it is very dangerous. If you guys have any questions about PLO or in general, let me know in the chat. We got Rick raising up here, the ace, king, jack, 5. Galoo, Pokernomix, and Yao coming along. And Bao is going to pop it up to 200 here from the straddle with queen, queen, jack, 7. Definitely think we're going to see Rick, probably see everyone continue here from the action we've seen so far. Go 5 ways to a flop. Rick's making the call. Galoo's in there. Yep, Pokernomix and Yao. Five ways here, 1,000 in the middle. And what a flop here for Rick, flopping top pair, nut flush draw. Yao flopping top 2 pair with the aces and 8s, and Pokernomix also is a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. Very interested to see what's going to happen here. Yao checks. Rick can definitely make a bet here with this hand. Is going to bet. I'm curious to see what Yao is going to do. If he's going to check raise this flop with his top 2 pair. I think we're going to see everyone else fold. Pokernomix could definitely come along here as well. He's got a flush draw and straight draw, but he does get away from it. And Yao's got a decision here. He's facing a $500 bet from Rick. He's definitely one of the more solid, tighter players at the table. It's already 1,500 in this pot, so if he wants to pot it here, it's going to be able to make it 2,500. He does just make the call. He wants to see the turn. Tough spot, though. So there's a lot of deuces. Offsuit deuce is a beautiful turn card for Yao. He does check over to Rick, and Rick's got a decision here. If he wants to bet and push his equity, or he wants to check back and realize his equity. Based on Yao's hand, we could see that checking would definitely be the wise choice here. Because if he does bet, I think he's going to get raised by Yao. I don't think Yao is going anywhere at this point with this turn card. And Rick does make a very smart check there. And he bricks, so Yao holds up, and he is going to win this pot. his aces and eights.
Yeah, I don't think Rick would bluff hearts here. But yeah, I'm just going to lead out and it's probably just going to go quick fold from Rick. And I'm just realizing that he's got top pair. So
Yeah, Rick's got top
a
pair.
little bit more of a decision here. But this is a big bet. He went pot.
Yeah, I think it's just a tough call to make. I mean, I think we're going to see him fold here. He doesn't beat much. He only beats some, like, you know, some worse flush draws and maybe some, like, 7, 9, 10 combinations. Which, yeah, it was definitely capable of having. So it is a tough spot for Rick. He's got a 5 in his hand, so he blocks 5, 7. Maybe he thinks that Yao would have raised the flop with 2 pair or a set, but he does get away from it. Nice fold there for Rick, by Rick. And nice hand for Yao. Well played hand by both players. Jennifer Alvarado channeling Rick there for the fold. Your man did make the right decision. Doug R. I agree, Doug R. This is a great game, and I think we will get more viewers, you know, as we just start streaming more consistently.
Got to share the stream. Leave a like. That's how we do that. Spread the word. I agree. It's a great stream. We got some really, really, really fun players.
Frankie knows all about that YouTube algorithm. He's in the YouTube lab.
Oh, yeah.
Day
Exactly.
in and day out.
I mean, this is a mind-blowing platform, this YouTube is, and I'll give a kind of a mind-blowing statistic to go along with that. There is a really crazy number. So 100 billion hours of YouTube is consumed every day. So that's how many people are on YouTube. So really, all you have to do is get the word of mouth out there, start spreading, you know, the news. There is a PLO stream every Thursday night here on YouTube. And then just the people that like PLO will share it to their friend that plays PLO and his friend and his friend and his friend. And they don't all have to watch every week, but they all will eventually watch at different times. And when Yao wakes up with ace, ace, king, 7 with 3 diamonds and he repots it, they're going to, you know, text him to tune in. And that's just how like streams get bigger. And, you know, as it gets bigger, there's going to be more that production's going to be able to do to up the quality of the stream. And the more that people are watching, the more feedback that Poker House will have. And I'm here just listening and kind of relaying and helping out where I can. So definitely leave suggestions to me as well. Yeah, you definitely don't see anyone short of entertaining at this table. They all are full of energy, full of action. So 4 ways to a flop with 1.7 thousand already in the middle.
Wow, and what a flop here. What a terrible situation for Yao. He flops kings and 7, so he's blocking top set along with his aces. And the pot is already very large. This could really be a dangerous spot for him here.
This is a huge flop.
Yeah, huge flop. Very unlucky. Pokernomix checking his top set. And Yao does pot it. It's going to be really tough for him to get away from this hand. Man, I feel for Yao here. This is a tough spot in PLO. I mean, he's blocking top and middle set, so very hard for Pokernomix to actually have kings or 7s here.
Yeah, very unlucky. That's a 1-outer. That 1 king of clubs is the really bad card Yao did not want to see. I mean, I'm also worried on this board, on a 5-7 board, about the wrap possibilities. So it's not the most clean board for aces, but he has the 2 pair too, which he thinks, is always live. But in this case, it's not. Oh,
Wow,
the ace on the
Yao turning to
turn.
ace.
Bang. Bang, and that's it.
Wow.
That's it. Yao takes the first one. Thankfully for Pokernomix, they're running it twice. Second board. And he can't believe it.
Wow.
Chop, chop. He cannot believe it. Yao turns it just like that. The run good continues for Yao. Should have been stacked. Was drawing very slim. Aces versus kings with the king on the flop. Pokernomix in disbelief.
Wow. Well, lucky for him, he didn't run it once.
You're right. You'll be happy that he ran that twice.
Yeah.
He's just chopping it up. Feels like a big loss because
Yeah.
he got it in very good.
I mean, Yao. Yeah.
He is fist bumping.
But I don't blame Yao at all. I mean, just a tough spot for him there.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot for you. It's all right. Pokernomix chops it up. He got that ace on the turn. I'm going to do my best to be a run it once type of person, especially on my Sunday streams. Max Payne. But tonight, it's a friendly game. You chop it up. Omaha, equities run very close.
But is it really a friendly game?
No. Friendly players, not necessarily a
players,
friendly
yeah.
game.
Not friendly poker, which we like to see.
Yeah,
We
no,
like to see
definitely not
both.
very friendly.
Yao with a nice hand. Double suited queens here. Joe with the 10-10-9-8. And Bao's going to get in there with the 10-4-3 deuce. So we're going to go 3 ways. Kind of a modest pot here so far. We're so spoiled. We're just 3 ways for 75 each. And it's just like, just a modest, small pot. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, $200 pot in this game just doesn't even cut it to these players.
Look at this. Bao wishing he was playing high-low here. He flops the, would have flopped the nut low with the wheel draw. But he does have a wrap. And he is going to lead out for pot. And I don't think Yao's going anywhere with his flush draw. Does make the call. And Yao just starting in the nuts here. Looks like he's just gonna pot it.
I'm gonna put my blind 30, it affects my VP.
And I'm going to give some points off. Everyone share this stream. Show some support. We appreciate you guys tuning in.
So Galoo always wants his VPIP to be like above 80%. So he doesn't like straddling or blind raising if it hurts his VPIP. So he
Yeah,
would
it's
rather,
very fair concern.
yeah.
You know, I will tell you, hospitality in this room is just amazing.
Look at Galoo giving some props to the Poker House staff here. Really impressed with the service he's receiving, the hospitality. I agree. Great staff here, great team. definitely really comfortable experience playing here. I hope, you know, he gets some more games and get some variety going.
Yeah, so I asked Galoo, I mean, after the first time he played here, I just, you know, said, you know, have you played at Poker House before? Because I didn't recognize him here. I've seen him on streams before, but didn't recognize him from this actual room. And introduced myself, of course, and he said, yeah, he's been coming here he does a private game that he comes to every once in a while that they do in one of the back rooms, one of the high stakes areas at Poker House. And he says he always appreciates just the space and how clean this room is as well. So he says that Poker House has really, really been growing on him, and he's been coming here more often. So it's like nice to see someone who's a high stakes player come in the room, because I'm trying to get myself in the high stakes scene. So I'll definitely be trying to get the games going here, and he's someone you definitely want in your game. So thanks for being so fun for the streams, and you know, we always wish you luck when you come play with us.
Look at that. He gives the staff some props, and he just flops a nut full house. So
with the redraw to better nuts.
yeah.
It's like, yeah, give him an ace. Yeah, give him a flush.
Everyone else drawn dead here. And Bao's going to bet his flush, so Galoo making some extra cheddar here by checking this flop.
Bao says, take this $500.
And I really like the lines that these guys are taking with full houses and multi-way pots. Like, especially with aggressive players in there, they've been checking and letting people stab on the turn. And I feel like if Galoo had just bet this flop, everyone would have just folded. So I like to see how people play these different hands in these spots. It's always things I wonder about when I'm playing Omaha. Like, should I bet my full house? Should I check? Should I, you know?
Yeah, and as you see, you know, a good example of how to play, he just called the turn, didn't want to raise any suspicion that he had a full house already.
And he also no longer has the nuts, so, you know, he's pot controlling and also inducing bluffs at the same time.
But he did like that river, Hayden, because now he picked up a better full house. He only loses to pocket queens and pocket aces.
Yeah, and pocket aces are so unlikely, so.
Very unlikely, given
unlikely,
action.
You know. And if Galoo prices this right, he could get called.
I personally think that Bao's going to let this one go.
Yeah, he's letting it go. Good fold by Bao, but well played hand by Galoo. I think he really got the max there, considering all the hands he was up against. Are you a Domino's guy or a Pizza Hut, Papa John's? Which one do you prefer out of all the pizza chains?
Out of all the mainstream pizzas, as they got Domino's back there. Got to get our players fed, of course. My favorite out of Papa John's, Domino's, Pizza Hut. I mean, my go-to back in Kansas City with my family, we always went to Minsky's. So shout out to Minsky's Pizza if anyone knew or knows what's up. I've been there before. Out of the mainstream pizzas, man, I used to have always said Papa John's. That was like my kid. That was my childhood.
Yeah. I was definitely Papa John's as a kid, but Domino's has grown on me.
Exactly. That's actually where I was going to say I've grown to probably prefer.
Yeah. And Pizza Hut's always been my least favorite for some reason.
Yeah. Pizza Hut doesn't really do it for me, but I'll still eat Pizza Hut. Pizza is just a very good food, so honestly,
it's hard to mess up pizza.
Yeah, I'm down for it. Honestly, the reason I don't eat it more is, well, this is
gotta keep that physique.
Very lame of me. Yeah. That's Hayden said it. That's about all we need to say in the matter. Yeah, super lame answer. So I like to make it when I do eat pizza, make it more like a specialty. So makes it. I definitely appreciate it more. Good.
I'm good, thank you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got some fans going on in here as we have the heat outside, aka the action on the table. Bow's been 200 and Galoo has raised to 1,000. A raise and take it down. Queen 744. Yeah, Bow couldn't withstand a raise there. As the stacks are getting bigger, we have, the pizza coming in, and for me, I always think that, when people are eating, they're less likely to put out a big bluff because, they're thinking about their pizza, right? They're more focused on right now their eating and their food. So if they are putting a bunch of money while they're eating, that's usually a tell they have a really big hand. Now, this is just Frankie's very beginner tells that are not always accurate and me just kind of spitballing. But the reason I say that is because I've had multiple experiences on stream, because it's pretty common that when you start at like 5:45 p.m. so it's pretty common that players get hungry midstream. It's pretty common that there'll be someone eating in a big hand and they've always had it. That's been my read. They've always freaking had it. So I've been diligent before I play to be eating before and eat after the live stream, so I can just fully focus on the game, not give off any tells about mid hamburger while I'm putting a raise. That's pretty dang strong. But as we are watching, we've seen Jamon, has ran up a big stack in the first stream, was quite the second stream, hasn't had a bunch of hands today. I'm hoping to see some big hands from him. I met him after the game last week. Really cool guy, really smart player. He hasn't been too aggressive this stream. Bao, who's putting the 3-bet here with Ace King 7-4, has been aggressive. This is, a very strong one-way hand. Ace King of Hearts is very good, but this other two cards, 7-4, very weak. So he's going to need a very specific flop. Yao, Galoo also in the mix. Up comes King 2-3. Bao flopping the best of it. Pretty good flop for Ace King. I mean, you never know when someone has that random 2-3, King 3, or King 2. It's not that hard to have that in Omaha. But if they do, he's got outs. He's got a straight draw to go along. He's got a gut shot to the wheel. And he's going to take it down just like that. Yeah, no one really else had a hand to play against him. One of the better flops you can wish for with Ace King. 7-4. Just one of the players, Bao, who will be in the mix. Honestly, all these players will be in the mix in different ways. We've seen Pokernomix playing a very high VPIP. He's not in the mix in a traditional complete gambler aspect. He's more in the mix where he knows when to put his money in and get in the best spots where his implied odds are going to be high, and get in these multi-way spots in position specifically. That's a big thing in Omaha. You always want to have position. And then get away from the second best draws. That's what I've noticed a lot from tonight. I'm here trying to soak in some knowledge, trying to get better at Omaha. And what I've seen a lot from the best players is they just know how to get away from their draws when they have like the second best flush draw, second best straight draw, or maybe vice versa, third best flush draw, second best straight draw. And they really just multi-way, get away from it, don't draw the second best hand, and play for the nuts, play in position. And usually you'll be doing okay. And just as I was trying to get him into the game, I kind of spoke into existence. Jamon wakes up with pocket aces, does put in a raise to 60, and gets a 3-bet from Bao to 200. Let's see how he proceeds. He goes for a 4-bet as expected. Bao is one of the loosest players at the table. Definitely want a 4-bet for value. He's got suited aces with a jack. And Bao quickly makes the call in position. We got a 1.3K flop with almost 2K stacks from Bao stack, so SPR almost 1.5.
Nice flop here for J-Ma. Still in the lead. 71% equity. Did I miss anything? Any exciting hands?
Nothing too crazy, honestly. I think we had just a couple of raise and take it's on the flop. We saw Bao win a big one. He 3-bet with Ace King suited, and then a rusty 7-4 off. But got a King Deuce 3 board, raised, took it down. So
Potted it.
He went for a 2/3 size pot bet, so I think we actually have been seeing. It's interesting you mentioned that. Have been seeing a couple different bet sizes today versus last week where we saw primarily just pot. So Jennifer asked, "Is pot a normal bet size on King Deuce 3 Rainbow in Omaha, Hayden?"
I would say probably not on a dry board.
And
probably like
I thought he did like 400 and 600 or something, but
okay.
but it might have been. I don't want to presume that Jen's wrong.
Maybe if you have like a pot size bet left, it would be a good bet. But I assume if you're deeper, you probably don't want to just bet pot on that board.
Yeah, you want protection. You're in bad shape against sets. Very
Right.
bad shape.
Glue's still discussing his BPIP. Really wants to keep those numbers up. You see Glue just calling here with his aces in the small blind. He does not have an ace-high suit. And we're going to go 6 ways this flop, and he's checking in the dark. And some interesting hands here. Bao flopping middle set. Yao flopping bottom pair with the second nut flush draw. And Rick has the nut flush draw. And he also has a straight draw to go along with it.
Yeah, super fun flop.
Yeah, an interesting spot here for Rick. Yao leads out for 200 and Bao just raises the pot for 960. We're probably going to see Rick call here, I would imagine. And he's going to be in a really great spot here as he has Yao's flush draw dominated. And Galoof flopping a flush draw as well. A lot of hearts out there. Makes a disciplined laydown. And tough spot here for Yao with this hand. He does wisely get away from it. Drawing almost dead there with this king high flush draw.
Yeah, good fold. Theme of today has definitely been just laying down the second best draws. King high flush draw, definitely in bad shape if someone has the ace high, which Rick does have. There's a jam and a call, very quick, as I expected with Bao in the pot. He was never doing anything else besides jamming it all in, and he gets there with a straight actually at the end to win a $2.3 thousand pot.
Yeah, nice hand for Bao. Great turn card for him, turning the straight with the set, with his flop set. So just had to fade that heart on the river, and he did to take down a 4K pot.
Yeah, and Rick can do nothing about that hand.
Yeah, I think Rick played it perfect. He almost got Yao to call as well with this king high flush draw. So well played hand by everybody.
Oh yeah, we got a 10K pot coming. I got a feeling we'll get Kim in there in a multi-way spot against Galoo and Yao. It'll be fun. Make sure you guys like, make sure you guys share, and subscribe to the stream.
What was our record from last time? Did we have a 12K pot? We had a 12K pot.
We had a 12.1K pot.
12.1.
Yep, that's the record. That's the pot limit Omaha Thursday night record here at Poker House. And this is only week 3, so
I think we could definitely break that tonight.
sure we'll break that.
Looks like the players are doing another flip.
So I was wrong. It's a $75 flip. Ask us some questions while we got a flip going on. We got plenty of time to answer them. Here are the cumulative winnings reports so far. As we're about halfway done with our stream, we have Galoo up top. Joe in second place. Kim in third. Got a few around the even mark. Pokernomix, David, Yao, Bao, Jamon, Rick are our losers of the evening so far. Plenty of time left. In these games, $2,000 can be flipped in just one hand. That and more. We had a 12K pot last week. Make sure to subscribe. Here are the total stacks in play right now. David's our short stack at 3K.
Yeah, he just got into the game. Lefty. This is Nick Han. He actually made a deep run in the main event this last World Series. I believe he finished 13th.
Wow.
Yeah,
13th in the main event.
He plays a lot of PLO cash, but he's a really accomplished no limit and PLO player.
That's insane. 13th is a great score.
Yeah,
that's a big score too.
He's a bracelet winner. He won a WSOP
That's like
bracelet.
couple 100,000.
Yeah, I want to say it was like 300,000.
300,000. Yeah, that sounds right.
And he was part of that. They played. Speaking of him, he's got probably the best starting PLO hand you can have in this flip. Aces checked and double suited. But he, yeah, that was. They made him play. They had him play like 20 something hours to get to the final table on that 7th day. That's pretty wild.
How many hours do you have to play?
They played because on their schedule on day 7, they had to play from 27 down to the final 9, and it took like over 20 hours for them to get there, which is like a brutal session of poker.
He had to play 20 hours in a row from day 7 to day 8.
Mm-hmm. They did to get to the final table, yeah, and he finished in 13th. So
wow, I got to mentally prep for that. That's me.
Yeah, it's really rough, especially when you've been playing for 6 days
how
already.
much coffee, Hayden, is too much coffee?
I mean, you're gonna need some stuff there,
right? I mean, I feel like at that point you gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I've always been in the mindset where I'm just like not scared to push it. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like for me, it's like okay, like
being young, being in shape, working out is definitely all those things that are going to give you an edge. You know, in those types of situations.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
It's really tough though. I mean, even it's a high pressure situation. A lot of money's on the line, and when you've been playing for that long, I always say, you know, a big part of playing the main event is just not blowing up, because a lot of people on day 6, day 7, they do. All it takes is one big blow up, one big mistake, and you know you're out. You could have lost a lot of equity in the tournament. So it's a really tough tournament, really tough grind.
Yeah, definitely.
I've personally made it to day 5, and I can tell you it's tiring. It starts to wear on you.
Day 5.
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah.
What place did you end up on that run?
So it was like 330th.
Wow.
Yeah.
330th on day 5.
Mm-hmm. I made it to day 5 twice actually. So it's my deepest runs.
I will be having my very first World Series of Poker main event experience and buy-in this summer.
It's a lot of fun,
July.
man. There's no tournament like it.
Stoked. It's a dream for me to be able to play in that. I've set my mind on that. Last year when I had a consulting job, I couldn't play. Didn't have the time to play. This year, I will be there. I will be playing the main event. And I will win it, Hayden.
Let's go. I'm buying a piece, so I hope you do.
I'll win it. Nice.
Yeah, I'll probably go out there and play that one. I always want to play the main event. It's always my goal. If I play one tournament every year, it's going to be
like all poker players. It's
the best one to play. It's like the most
drawn to it.
There's no feeling like it when you walk in it used to be the Amazon room. I forget what the new room is called now, but when you walk in there and they do the shuffle up and deal, and there's just like so much excitement in there. It's really something special.
No, it's gnarly.
Yeah,
it's awesome. I actually walked in there last year. I felt it.
Yeah, you feel the energy. Everyone's excited to be there.
I was soaking it all in. I was in Vegas for 2 weeks last year, soaking it all in. Even got a chance to sit at the table where they. I sat at the, probably like. You're at like the second to last table, the final table seat, to try to just feel what it was like to be under the cameras and lights of those featured tables there at WSOP. Yeah, it's gonna be an amazing 2023. Everything I'm doing right now is preparing me for that moment. Getting there, running deep, 8 days in a row.
Let's go.
Documenting the whole thing, writing a story.
That'd be sick. I don't know if a vlogger has made it to the final table yet, so you could be the first
Yeah, I think
vlogger,
that,
first content creator.
I think they're probably gonna do like
They
a
hit the final
last
table.
vlogger,
You've lost vlogger
you
standing.
know, like a
yeah.
last vlogger standing type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was literally just, I came downstairs because I was working from my hotel room. I stayed at Bally's last year, right when the main event was starting. I went downstairs for the start of it. Just kind of gonna watch everyone sit down, take their seats. Saw the clock start 2 hours per level. Yeah, the aroma is pretty awesome, and I was definitely jealous of everyone playing, and really motivated me to like, okay, let's grind up a bankroll this year. Let's play a lot of cash games. Let's win a lot of cash games, save some money, so we can buy ourselves into this main event and play with the best in the world. And also, not the best in the world, just people coming to have fun. That's why the main event's so good. Like, that's exactly why it's a good series.
Oh, yeah.
It's pros,
Everyone having fun.
but
yeah.
everyone else.
And everyone's just genuinely excited to be there. Even the pros that play all the time, everyone's excited.
Yeah, even the
know?
miserable pros are happy for a day.
Everyone's excited to be there. It's a great time. Sometimes you play with people that they play like once a year and they play the main event. You know,
Which is pretty cool. If I played once a year, I want it to be the main event.
which I will give
The
you.
ultimate pressure.
I will give you a good main event tip: is get there early for your day one table. Don't be late. You want to sit down at the table at least 10 minutes early. You want to see everyone before they sit down, or as many people that are there as possible. Usually the pros show up a little bit later, so that's good for you just to be there early. And you want to talk to the players. You want to find out where they're from, how they got there, if they want a seat, if they want a seat in like a home game. You just kind of want to feel their vibe if they played the main event before, exactly where they're coming from, because there's a lot of scared money on day one. So you can definitely good opportunities for chipping up.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think a
And
lot
it's
of
just-
people in
it's just
poker
fun to-
don't
and it's just
have
fun to
the
be there.
communication tactics.
Yeah. And it's just fun to be there. And people are already excited to be playing, so they're going to be happy to talk to you. And if they're nervous, they're just going to be happy that someone's talking to them. So it's really easy to, strike up conversation and get to know your table mates before you start playing. And before everyone kind of puts their guard up, so. it's
Totally.
just- yeah.
I think that's really, really good advice. Get there early. It's going to be crazy on day one.
If you're going to get there early for one tournament, you want it to be the main event.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
Because it's really not about the money to me. Like, yeah, if I won $10 million this year, whatever after taxes, which would be like $4 million after, I don't know. Like, I don't even know how much they would take.
Hopefully not 60%.
They would take $4 million, so I have like 6 left.
They take $4 million now. Okay.
So I was just thinking, it's just like that's great, right? Those are awesome.
Biden's
But to
still in
me, it's
office.
just about winning the main event. Like that's what I care about.
Yeah, for sure.
And just
It would be sick for your
immediately,
vlog.
just
Sick
yeah.
for your
Oh my
vlog.
gosh!
And you sponsor
Not just sick for my vlog. It would be a life changer.
So
It would change my life, Hayden.
yeah. So have you been approached by any like online sites or anything like that for sponsorships? Because you guys do have a pretty big following with your next gen.
Yeah, and we haven't had an online poker presence. We've, haven't done any online clubs or anything like that. So we have just really been just kind of quiet on that market and just kind of listening, letting the opportunities come to us, letting people email us and potential people wanting to work with us hearing them out. And we haven't found the right partner yet, but it's definitely a possibility in the future.
Very cool. And Joe limping in with his aces here, getting Yao to 3-bet. He gets to put in the 4-bet. Bao, is not liking it, but I think we're going to see him call.
Yeah, Bao doesn't 3-bet fold.
Yeah, and reasonably so. He's got 37% equity, so he's definitely getting the right price. And he flops a full house. Great flop there for Bao. Very dangerous flop for Joe, and he pots it. And Bao puts it all in.
Wow, he put it all in.
Wow. And Joe has to really not be liking this here.
Ouch.
When Bao snap shoves there, he has to have at least a jack, you would think.
Yeah, right?
So really tough spot, and Joe does make the call, and he's going to need an ace.
Wow, huge pot.
Yeah. Very unlucky for Joe.
$6.3 thousand, just like that.
All in on the flop.
8 on the turn. He needs an ace.
And he does not get
And
it.
just like that, Bao is scooping in a massive pot, one of the biggest pots in the game thus far. About 3 bets. He then calls a 4-bet, flops the joint, flops the nut full house. Could have had pocket queens. But, wow. And then Joe's just too committed after betting. Did he pot the flop, Hayden?
Joe did pot the flop.
Yeah, so after potting the flop, he feels too committed.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely feels like Bao could have straight draws there, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's Bao, so it's tough to get away from that
It's
hand.
not like he only has a boat.
Yeah. And we might see, so from what I've seen from Joe is if he loses the big pot, he starts pushing, and we might see him start pushing the action here. And he's a master getting unstuck. I've seen him multiple times be stuck for a lot, and he gets it back. He did it to me one day. The man is
So Joe
knows
is,
how to maneuver.
yeah, he's down a little bit.
He's okay. He's not down as much as I thought. He's only in for 2K, so he was up a good amount. So maybe not yet.
And as I would say, kind of quietly, Rick has been the big loser, and I don't remember him like.
Yeah, he hasn't really
He's
been
not
dragging
playing
many
poorly.
pots.
Yeah, he's not playing poorly. He's just not winning any.
He lost that big pot with the nut flush draw versus.
Yeah,
Versus
he's just not winning
Yeah.
anything.
And that's the way PLO goes. Like, you can play it perfectly and just like not win a hand. Like, it's just like, you know.
Yeah, you gotta hit your flush.
Yeah. And Hold'em, I feel like it's a lot harder to lose, like, if you play perfectly. It obviously still happens, but I just think there's just so much more variance in PLO. So much, you are a little bit more reliant on the deck in some situations.
Yeah, definitely these multi-way situations as well. I mean, heads up, you have a lot of maneuverability to take down the pot. You can bluff, semi-bluff, bet small for value, bet big at times. But in these multi-way spots, it just feels kind of like you got to play your hands very straight up.
Yeah, it's really difficult to navigate multi-way. And Yao taking a shot here on the button with 2 pair, and Rick calling with the 7 high flush. So it's gonna be a tough spot for Rick here. He is calling the flop, but if Yao fires again, it's gonna be really tough for. And Yao is firing, and he doesn't even have a club in his hand. So interesting play by Yao here. Continuing to bluff, reading Rick correctly as a small to middling flush, and Rick does make the fold. I don't blame him. That's a really tough spot to be in.
Definitely. And Kim has been quiet since she got into back-to-back really big pots. She lost a big one, and then she won a big one. So she's been on a roller coaster. A few of our players have been on that same roller coaster, going up and down, playing some big pots. So got plenty of live stream left. Yeah, exactly. That's the name of this 4-card game right there. Get it in and hope to hold or hope to hit. Say pot a couple times.
These players are smashing that pot button just like you guys should be smashing that like button.
Nice. You heard that. If you're watching right now and that red subscriber button is still red, click that right now. That means you're not subscribed, and you need to be. You get this action. Thursday nights, PLO. So if you're enjoying and you're only a PLO, that's great. Thank you guys for watching. But if you guys are also just in the whole repertoire, in the whole poker community, we also have some deep stack Friday night games. We have 2-5 Sunday night Next Gen Poker Savage Sunday live stream. So you'll definitely want to be subscribed, see some action. And then I know a couple of you guys definitely like just the smaller games, the 1-2s. They do that early on in the week.
So Nick saying Bao almost made the final 9 and is a bracelet winner. That's actually David in seat 2. Nick, Bao's in seat 3. Yeah, David, he goes by Lefty. He is a bracelet winner, and he did, I believe, he finished either 12th or 13th this year in the main event. So really impressive results. Very accomplished player. We actually have 2 bracelet winners at the table. Rick Alvarado has won a bracelet as well. He won the 888 in 2019 for $888,000. So
How much?
he won the $888 buy-in for $888,000.
That is an 8 lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of 8s. And he's got I've been to his house. He's got the bracelet up on the mantle. He's got a nice trophy case. Also has some PLO trophies as well. So he's an accomplished tournament and cash game player. It's fun to see these guys mix it up in the stream, some of these Texas games. See how they adjust to the players and the action, and see how they navigate.
Yeah, Nick says in the chat that it's always been on his bucket list to play in the main event. I'm sure, a lot of poker players share that same dream, and that's why I'm just so excited to be able to document that and kind of like have the people that, there's some people that are living, like, have that dream right now, and they literally are just too young. They don't know what that's like. So having YouTube to share that with them, and then also people that just, straight up just aren't confident enough to play it, or people that can't afford it. There's so many different reasons why you can't play the main.
Of course.
Some people don't have the time commitment.
Yeah.
So it's just the fact that I can document it, and people can kind of just share an experience, a moment with me, and then being able to take that moment to a place of 5th, 6th, 7th day level of energy and excitement. That would be, quite frankly, that would be the nuts.
Yeah, it would be really, really fun to sweat a vlog with a deep main event run, final table run.
The only problem is everyone would know what would happen. Like, if I won the main and I was doing vlogs like day 1 and I won it, it's like, we know he's going to win this all in.
Yeah, but it'd still be cool to see all the hands, though, and hear what you're going through and the experience.
No, that would be the best problem in the world to have, Hayden. Oh, dang, this vlog's going to be spoiled because
it's predictable.
Everyone knows I won the main. I wonder if they'll still click.
You're definitely going to get clicks.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be fun to have the guys there, too, sweating you.
I also am really nitpicky about vlogs, and I don't like when vlogs, like, don't tell the whole story. And all I mean by that is, like, it just kind of cuts. Like, you'll be, like, tiny stack, and then you have a big stack, and then it cuts to, like, oh, now I'm, like, micro stack. When I recorded, like, my main event in WPT and some of my stuff recently, I've literally had it where I keep the film rolling for an hour.
So you have your camera on the whole time?
I have my camera rolling for an hour, and then I have, like, in my notes, like, essentially, like, bookmarks for, like, when the video stops and starts. So bookmark will stop, and then my notes will, like, go to the next section, and then I'll, like, write, like, a diary while I'm playing, essentially, my poker game. And I'd be like, I'll write down every single pot that I played in on my notes, every single hand. So then I can go back and I could literally document the entire tournament experience, like every hand I got into.
That's crazy. Very cool.
So, but then I also want to make videos that are just shorter, and people that aren't as into the poker part of it and more into the lifestyle part of it can watch. So it's a balance of both of those desires to show the whole story.
I mean, shout out to the vloggers to put the work in, like, to do that on a multi-day tournament. So let me ask you, would you still do that in the main? Like, if it was like day 7, or like, you're really deep and you've been playing for a long time and you really want to focus, or would you ask like Jack or Rosie to help you document it or come out? What would that look like?
What that would look like is just doing whatever I was capable of, but not sacrificing my play.
Gotcha.
So typically when I don't want to write stuff down, I'll do my best to, like,
remember it.
Well, no, my phone will be resting on the side of the table, and what I'll do is I'll just make sure to lift my phone up before the dealer rakes in the cards and scoops up the flop, and I'll zoom in on the flop. So then, at the minimum, I'll have the flop on my phone, and when I'm going back, I'll have the flop. I don't have the bets in front of me, and I can piece together the action from there if I didn't write anything down. So, like, that's my, like, backup solution, like, if I really need to focus right now and not write anything down.
Gotcha.
But I'm sure, like, day 7 in the main, there's going to be times where I'm probably just tired, honestly,
Yeah.
and wanting to focus on playing.
Well, and if you're on the feature table, you know.
Oh
they have
yeah,
that
well that'd
for
be
you,
better
so-
too, because then
Yeah.
my whole hand's recorded.
Right, and then you're probably not allowed to have your phone anyway.
Then I
so,
won't have my phone. Yeah, definitely won't be allowed to have my phone, but then I'll be even better. It'll be perfect for me because they have perfect recap.
Right. Kim announces that she's entering a pot. She's
Let's
very guarded.
go.
And David raising it up here. Looks like we're going to see multi-way action here. Galoo getting in there. Pokernomix. Everyone's got a pretty reasonable starting hand. Oh, and there goes Yao with the limp raise. 10-10 Jack Queen. Doing what Yao does.
Nice.
Coming in for 375. And Jamo's got a really nice hand here, but he doesn't have an ace-high suit. I love this hand with an ace-high suit. Ace-jack 10-9. It's very nicely connected, but he is going to call anyways. This hand can definitely make some nice straight draws. And
Yeah, he didn't come here to fold.
Kim's going to come in as well with the ace-deuce-3 queen double suited. Yao just begging for someone to pot it. Yao wants to get the money in. Little does he know he's 1% equity because Joe has a 10 and a queen. I think his clubs are no good.
Wow, and Joe's getting in the mix as well.
Glue. Yeah, everyone with a reasonable hand here. Kind of.
Reasonable.
And bow in there. Yep. We got a... we're 6 ways. Are we 6 ways? 7 ways. I'm sorry. 7 ways.
I don't think you're going to win this one, Yao, given the card distribution.
Yeah, going to be really tough for Yao to win this pot.
7 ways.
7 players, 2,700 in the pot. These players put in 325 apiece, 375 apiece, courtesy of Yao. What a flop here. Wow.
Wow.
J-Ma, I like his hand. He's got a wrap to the nuts. Bao's got bottom set. David has top 2 pair. Galoo is blocking the straight, so he's going to lead right out, and he's got 2 pair to go along with it.
2 pair and open ender.
Yeah, what an interesting hand here. I think we're going to see Yao fold because he just has a gut shot, and I think we're going to see J-Mod definitely continue. I really like J-Mod's hand on this flop.
Yeah, he's going to continue with the call. He bet 1,500 though.
Yeah,
That's a big bet.
that is a bit. That's
like I have 6-5.
That's like he's saying
So
he's
he
got
flopped
6-9.
6-9, excuse me.
he's saying he's
Excuse
flopped
me,
it
yeah.
straight. No,
Said he
yeah, you're
flopped it
fine. You're fine.
6-9.
He actually does have 6-5, but he's got. I mean, he's blocking. You know, he's got the very relevant blockers, and Jamo just shoves it in here with his wrap. And
Wow,
David,
what's Bao gonna do?
David's in a tough spot here at this top 2 pair. I mean,
I think he's gonna let this one go.
yeah, I don't see how he can make this call. You would think someone has a straight.
9-6.
Yeah,
he's out.
And Bao with bottom set. I mean, he can't be loving this spot here. Someone could definitely have a higher set, even though he does have an 8 in his hand.
He's actually in the lead right now.
Yeah, which is crazy.
But it's not good to have an 8
Yeah, it's bad to have an 8
because you block it. If they do have a straight, you block your boat outs. Yeah, I could. Yeah. Even Bao, who likes to gamble, is not going to be calling bottom set there. A tough board to call bottom set.
A tough spot here for Galoo. I think he's gonna make the call after betting 1,500, and he's actually got 60% equity here. So little does he know.
I mean, he's going to like to see the hand of
great
against.
shape.
Yeah. I mean, when he goes jam, he's like, oh well, you got 6-9.
Yeah, and he's blocking Jama's. He's blocking Jama's straight.
He also has backdoor straight. I mean, he can't be dead because he has backdoor straight flush draw and backdoor for both clubs and hearts. So I mean, look, at this point, Lou's just got to put it in. He put 1.5 thousand in on the flop, 375 pre, 325. Yeah, I'm sure he's tired of making big folds, but I mean, you don't know. It's a huge bet. I mean, J-Ma, he might have picked a perfect spot. We'll see.
It would be pretty wild here to see Galoo. I mean, he can't be feeling good about this. He's just got bottom 2 pair. If he's up against a straight, he's in really rough shape here. But he is blocking that straight.
27-10 for me, right?
I think he has a call given the price.
Correct? Correct.
Just getting over 3-1.
You just gotta stick that. No, he folds.
Wow, and Galoo folds. So
He folds 60% equity there.
what a move there by J-Mod.
Jamo, like I said, I kind of
jamming it in
feeling
and-
right when he jammed, I had a feeling that it was gonna work.
Yeah, jamming it in and getting Galoo to lay down the hand. And Galoo's really upset about that one.
They let him rabbit hunt.
Yeah, Galoo did take a shot there. I mean, he definitely just thought he was bluffing with the 6s, so, you know, he's really just thinking he's got bottom 2 pair there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
really-
just thinking about he's live. That's the only thing I'm.
Yeah. That's really, like, the only hand he's ahead of, so.
Yeah, no, that was a terrible spot to be in. I mean, it was a massive jam. I mean, props to J-Mod.
Yeah, for going with it.
I
there.
like his thinking though. He was just like, you know what, I'm gonna call. So if I'm gonna definitely call. Might as well just be the aggressor and go all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're calling and then what, we're gonna fold the turn? No way. So
yeah,
you're
have
just
some,
like
have some fold equity.
exactly. Let's just put it all in now because then there's no way I'm folding the turn later. And there he is, up to 8,000 right there. Nice. It's been a pretty quiet night for him. He's been down. Now he's definitely up. We'll show the cumulative winnings report here soon as things have changed.
And Kim with a nice hand here. He's Queen Jack 5. David getting in there. And Bao coming in with the 3-bet. I think we're going to have another big pot here.
Yeah, Bao has 3-bet relentlessly tonight. Relentlessly. It's been nonstop Yao and Bao 3-bets.
Yeah, Yao and Bao are always
Dream team.
driving.
Dream team.
Always driving the action. Kim asking what Bao's got.
I think Bao wants to play in the Hold'em Friday night live stream on January 13th with Kitty Co coming in town too. So
That's going to be a fun lineup.
Bao said he doesn't play much Hold'em, but he wants to play with her. So
You get Bao and Yao in the mix. That would be fun.
Bao and Yao make a very good table dynamic and action live stream.
And Bao, great flop for him. He's got top 2 pair. He's got actually 3 pair. And tough spot for Galoo here with the second nut flush draw. No other draws. So let me ask you, if you're playing this game, what would be your approach, like pre-flop? Are you trying to see cheap flops doing more limping, maybe because there's so much raising and 3-betting going on? Or do you think you'd be raising some hands yourself? I always try to think about that. Like,
Because players are already 3-betting relentlessly, I think that I would be raising more because of the fact that I can just re-raise over their raise, and then I actually have more money in the middle to try to get a heads up.
Right.
Versus if I limp and someone raise, and then multiple people bet, then I'm going to 3-bet, obviously. But then when the initial aggressor cold calls a 3-bet, then the other people are priced in. Now I'm going multi-way with aces out of position.
Mm-hmm.
Versus if I raise, Bao 3-bets me, and then 1 or 2 people call, well, now I'm getting a 4-bet to a bigger size.
right. So you're raising with hands that you're comfortable, repotting with in a multi-way pot, but probably limping and calling with some hands that you want to see if flops are cheaper with.
Exactly.
Not necessarily get the money in.
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
exactly. And Daniel comes in with super chat, $10. Thanks for the super chat. No Poker House and production appreciates that. Question for me, and a pretty funny one at that. Frankie, are you dating Kitty? Congrats. The premature congratulations just automatically assumes. The answer to your question is unfortunately no. I'm not dating her. We're friends though, so I invited her to come out and play in the live stream, and she was already planning a Dallas trip, so thankfully times actually worked out perfectly. She's going to play in a couple of big live streams here in town, and then I think we were the mid stop before a Hard Rock tournament trip, which I'm sure a lot of other poker pros will be traveling to for WPT, doing a trip there. I believe it's WPT. Oh no, maybe I'm not sure about that.
Oh, in the Hard Rock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not...
I know they have some big tournament series coming up in January.
Yeah, it's usually either WPT or SHRPO, so they're almost the same event, essentially. Just the branding is different.
Yeah, that'll be a good series. A lot of really big events.
Always great ones at the Hard Rock.
Bang, we got a 4-bet.
And Danny was actually going to join us tonight in the booth. We will get him in here eventually.
Who was?
Daniel Marx.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, we'll need him in the booth. It's fun to get some new faces in here. It's a fun job to do. You can definitely DM me on Next Gen Poker on Instagram if you want to try out some commentating. Try to, put in some hours here at Poker House, get some experience in the booth, watching some of the best players in Dallas play. It's an honor to be here. And we're in a big hand. So Rick 3-bet pocket kings, king, 10-8. Yao 4-bet at queen, 10-9. Another very pretty hand. Glue has all the hearts.
Yeah. Both double suited. Interested to see what Rick does here. I think he's just going to call. And Glue's going to call as well.
He does make the call. He wants a small board. Kind of like that.
Yeah, nice flop here for Glue. Flopping open ender.
Yeah, now he has 53% of the equity. Rick's got, what looks like a really good board for him.
Yeah, tough spot for Rick.
But, I mean,
especially with the player behind, and he does fold.
Yeah, he just has to fold over pair. Good.
And I'd like to see Glue throwing a check raise here.
I mean, that's a good fold.
I think so.
I mean, it's the best hand right now, but...
Especially with Glue behind, I mean, it's just a really rough spot, I think. Glue does just call. I think if he did check raise, Yao would have a tough time continuing with this particular hand, with like his overpairs.
Yeah, Glue is going nowhere with that straight draw.
It's a good turn card for Yao because he picks up a straight draw, so if he's checked too, he's probably going to feel fairly comfortable potting it.
That's not happening. Glue's looking like he's going to lead out for a bet.
Glue's not giving him an opportunity to. He's going to do it first. But I don't think Yao is folding. And he did snap, so.
He did snap, wow.
Glue said one time.
He's got multiple straight draws. Here comes the river.
Oh, and they both reverse straight. Yao rivering the better. The jack eye straight. He's going to take this pot. Almost a 10K pot.
Wow.
$9,500. What a hand.
Just like that, $9,500 going to Yao. Massive, massive hand. Looks like he has Glue covered.
Tough hand for Glue.
Let's see if Glue reloads. Brutal spot. Brutal. Unfortunate.
Yeah, Yao is on fire tonight. He's running very good, playing well. He's been putting his chips and his money in the right spots.
All right, he's back in there for 4K total. He's got plenty of time to run it back.
Guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna pause the action real quick. Can you take your cards off the box and wave them with your body?
Giving out some points. Thanks to everyone for watching tonight, supporting Pot Limit Omaha Dreams. Make those dreams come true, but hit the subscribe button, hit the like.
Call. Jump phone. Delete call. Call from D. You got it. That's okay.
So we got a 7-way pot here. Pokernomix flopping middle set here, blocking top set. David, who had raised 30 dark under the gun, flopping bottom set. And Yao leads right out for pot into the field. Top pair. Interested to see what David's going to do here with bottom set. He does just make the call. Galu's going to make the call as well. He's got 2 straight draws, and he's got a 10 high flush draw. And I think we're going to see Pokernomix come in for a raise here. This top set, he's also blocking the nut flush draw. He does raise it up to 1300. I like this play.
Yeah, not the first time he's flopped the set of kings.
Yeah, he's been smashing those kings tonight. David makes a good fold here with bottom set. And Galu actually has really good equity here against Pokernomix's hand. The question here for Galu is his 10 high flush draw good here?
Wow, and back-to-back tough spots for Galu, who just got stacked.
Yeah. But if he can suss out that Pokernomix likely has a set and his flush draw is good, he definitely has the price and the equity to call here. And he is going to see a turn. Queen or 3 give him the nuts.
Bruno says it's King's Night for Pokernomix, and he's going to need a hold against a lot of cards. The turn is a Jack of Spades, giving Galu a flush, and a good flush at that. He's got the 3rd nuts now.
Yeah, and that's a great card for Galu because it actually...
He's just not folding now.
Yeah, it improves his flush. So, he has the 3rd nut flush. Pokernomix using his ace of spades and set to kind of semi-bluff here. Putting pressure on Galu, putting him in a tough spot.
Man, this is a terrible spot.
Yeah, he knows Galu. He knows that Galu does not have the nut flush, so I like Pokernomix's play here. Galu's in a really rough spot, but if he can find a call correctly here,
it doesn't help he just got stacked. He's definitely getting a cloud of judgment, thinking, wow, I don't want to get lose right after that. And this is definitely why, man, I
feel for him here.
Yeah, I feel for him, exactly. Yeah. This is just gross. He might have normally taken a walk or something, but he's on a live stream. He's not doing that. So this is just a spot where you got to clear your head, come up with the right decision. When he's got the 3rd nuts, Pokernomix is one of the more straight-up players. I mean, you just have to try to come to the conclusion, if you want to make the call here, that he could have sets and do this with sets, which you beat. So that's what, we hope he comes to that thought process. Okay, he's got pocket kings, he's got pocket aces, he's still going to jam. So I make the call here with my 10 high flush, but it's not an easy spot.
No, not easy by any means. Really tough spot here. Oh, and
he's made so many big folds.
Oh, brutal spot.
No.
I don't blame him. I mean, Pokernomix using his ace of spades.
I mean,
there,
he might not jam though.
He shows 2. Does not show the other 2. So that's interesting that he didn't show the other two because it kind of makes the table think he had it, right? Just showing
Yeah,
the
showing the
1-8.
ace of spades
Yeah.
definitely makes you look like you had it.
Yeah, not, you know.
That is a very interesting spot that he was just in, and he's been in a number of these spots where he's ended up folding a lot of equity. Incorrectly given the pot odds, but just overall in spots where I think a lot of people are going to be finding folds. Not his night, although...
Tough spot there.
Yeah, we'll put up the cumulative winnings next hand. We'll see where he's at. We'll see where the whole table's out. I know he was winning earlier, but after getting stacked and losing that pot again, I think it's flipped. And that's the thing about this game. Very swingy. Very swingy.
Yeah, Rick Brown saying Pokernomix has been playing real good. I agree. I like a lot of his plays so far tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely fun to watch.
And Galoo kind of realizing it after the hand, saying, if he did have it, he doesn't think he would just pot it on the turn. Maybe he would bet smaller or even possibly check. So, but the pot was already really big, so it's tough to say if he would have done the exact same thing with the nut flush.
Yeah, is there any possibility that he would just bet small on the turn with the nuts?
Yeah.
Right.
He might, yeah.
Definitely a possibility.
Definitely possible. Kim taking a stab here.
I mean, this game it's a nut game, so when you're not drawn to the nuts, and you get there on the turn, you're drawn to he was drawn to the queen and the flush draw, so it's just having a plan going to the turn card. The spade gets there. That was one of the best spades to get there. It was a high spade, the jack of spades.
Yeah.
So maybe a better one would have been ace of spades. We saw that was dead, but having a high Broadway spade come in was good. One of the better cards he could see in the turn.
Yeah, for sure.
And, when I study more Omaha, I'll be able to give more definitive answers. Obviously, I don't want to be too quick to judge any of these players' reasons or decisions because I don't play Omaha myself. And I haven't played with these guys before. But we're just trying to make our best conclusions watching this here every single week on Thursday nights.
I almost feel like that spade coming on the turn was a bad card for Galoo. Like, if it was like a brick and Pokernomix shoved, Galoo might have called and realized his equity there with the flush, but the flush draw.
It was a pretty big
Yeah,
bet,
that's
though. He
true.
might have folded.
Yeah, he might have folded. That's true.
It would have been over $2,000 in the turn. He'd have to call with the
Yeah, not nut draw.
fifth nut flush draw and a gutter.
Right.
So
Good points.
just not really good situation calling the turn. Calling the flop, excuse me. If there's so many cards you to fold the turn on.
Some really pretty hands here. Ace 9 10 jack double, king queen 10 9 double suited. These are the kind of hands you look forward to being dealt when you're playing PLO.
Yeah, those
You're
are
not
pretty.
getting aces there. Hands you are happy to bet and raise with pre-flop. A Bao and Yao getting in the mix. And we might see Joe limp raise here. I really like his hand, ace 9 10 jack double suited. And he does limp raise it. Really beautiful cards. Galoo's going to make the call as well. And from what we've seen, we'll probably see Yao and Bao get in the mix. Yao has been running really hot tonight. He's got a pile of domino boxes behind him.
And Joe
like he's
hasn't
gonna-
3-bet often today, so it's not like a Bao or Yao 3-bet. It's going to get some more credit.
I'm good, thank you. But Yao's not concerned about that. He He wants to see 3.
Four ways to flop. Bao's got diamonds. He's got threes. Galoo has a very nice flop. He's got the flush draw and the top pair.
Yeah, great flop here for Galoo. Yeah, he bets the pot. I think he's going to take it down. So this is going to be a nice pickup for Galoo. It's going to be a nice little boost to his morale to take down this $1,400 pot. Things have not been going his way. He's been getting some tough runouts, so be happy to see him dragging a pot.
Yeah, Joe really can't do anything.
Yeah.
Even with that backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, bad
That's a
flop.
pot size bet, yeah.
Nice hand there for Galoo. Getting right back in there.
Yeah, we got some questions about J Ma. He's been quiet tonight, but he's won the pots that mattered. He just won a really big pot. 8K pot to be exact. So he's got a very nice stack. He's got a bunch of purples in that stack. He'll be happy with the way things have gone tonight.
Yeah, taking down that pot with 40% equity was very nice.
Him and Bao had some really crucial bluffs that have worked out for them. Both against Galoo. He's been bluffed a couple times today, which is unlikely. I mean, he's not. I mean,
yeah, he's not usually the type to get
be
bluffed. But
yeah.
he's made some discipline folds. Just unfortunately, he has had the best hand, but he's had some really tough spots.
Yeah, other nights he would have saved himself a ton of money.
Yeah, for sure.
Tonight he lost himself a ton of money. On those specific plays, not overall. He's doing fine.
Yeah.
Very, very smart player. Very smart guy.
Love Galoo, one of my favorite people, one of my favorite poker players.
Same here.
For sure.
Very fun to watch. Everyone likes playing with him because he's just a good guy, very funny guy.
Very fun to play with.
Very contagious laugh, so.
Oh, yeah. And Rick with a nice hand here, gonna 3-bet out of the straddle. And everyone is calling.
So we got a pot builder from Rick here. Big flop.
Joe smashing this flop with a set of 7s. And David's got a flops a big wrap here with the 10-8-6. Backdoor flush draw.
Yes, he does. He's got 2 8s too, which is nice.
Could definitely see all the money go in here. He might just.
I
decide
think
to
all the
lead.
money's going to go in here.
Yeah. And he does lead. Interesting sizing. Comes in for 900.
Bao is going to get out of there.
I think we're probably
Sure
going
of
to
it.
see Joe pot it and get the money in.
Yeah, Rick was never going to put another dollar in that pot. Joe is definitely going to at least call here. Probably raise. Yep, he does raise. That is strong. He can make it 4K? Wow, yeah, that's
Yeah, I
going to
think
get
so.
everyone else out of there. And David's not folding, so
Yeah,
he's going to put it in. There's
gonna
just
get the money in
absolutely no
here.
way he folds. Yep, there it is. We're just like we predicted. Heads up, all in. $8.8 thousand hand. Hand just plays itself. Both players are coin flipping here.
Yeah, Joe's small favorite.
Turn. King of diamonds.
Great turn for Joe.
Will Joe hold? Yes,
And
he
he
does.
does.
Yes, he does. The 3 of clubs giving Joe $5.1 thousand of profit. $8.8 thousand hand. What a pot. It was 7 ways, 3-bet pre-flop. He calls with King Jack 7-7, 1 suit. He needs a very specific flop. That was one of those flops. Not only does he flop a set, but he also holds against a monster draw. Nice hand.
Yeah, very nice hand there for Joe. Joe's been getting some very good flops.
Yes, this is an awesome welcoming for him to this live stream. First time in this game, and he is now a big winner. Things happen quick, though, on this table, Hayden.
Oh, yeah.
Being a big winner now does
There's-
not mean you'll be a big winner in this stream.
There's players coming after those chips. Joe is our big winner
And
so
just
far.
like that, we have kind of migrated from what was more of an even cumulative winnings report to now a very close. Joe, Yao, Pokernomix all competing for that biggest win, separated by just $1,000. And Rick and Galoo are, the losers at the moment, giving out those wins to the other players. Someone's got to lose, someone's got to win. And I like to see the big stacks. I like to see Joe run it up. I'll show stack sizes after this hand, but we got a lot of money on this table. Over 40,000. We'll get those exact numbers up for you guys next hand. Make sure to share. Make sure to subscribe if you guys are just tuning in. I just saw a white chip into the pot, Hayden.
Yeah, the $12 straddled on, so they're calling for 12 so far.
No way. Yeah, there's absolutely no way this pot goes $50 to the pot. There's just, that couldn't happen.
Yeah.
At this table, that literally could not happen. There's no combination of four that one of these players does not want to raise up.
Yeah, and Bao not wanting to play for $12, so he bumps it up here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's got a pretty good hand. Jack 8, 7 deuce. Got the suit to the 8. His diamonds are so live. He knows that. Obviously, he knows that. He's a beast. He's going to pot this flop. Oh, okay.
Checking. All right. Joe flopping 3 pair here.
Yeah, no, that pot would not have been good. And Joe doesn't bet this. Joe is...
Just the J-Mo's
I like
probably going
it.
to bet
No,
here.
I like Joe. I like the way he navigates multi-way pots.
Yeah. It's tough to bet there and
I agree.
face a raise or
Exactly.
even face a call.
Could be up against a set.
Yep. A lot of rough turn cards for him.
Bao has got to get in there. At least one bet, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Bao and Joe both call. Wow, Joe folding.
Maybe he didn't realize what he had.
Interesting.
3 pair seems too strong to fold. And I'm very surprised to see him fold that the way he's been playing too.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
because
very, very
it's
surprised.
strong. Like you're drawing to the nuts. When ace comes, you have the nuts.
Exactly, and he's got backdoor spades. Now we would have had 4 pair. But Bao turning the flush. Great turn for Bao.
Probably doesn't know how good it is. It's only an A-high flush.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be pretty happy here if J-Mod does check behind. J-Mod's gonna bluff. He's gonna use his 10 of diamonds.
And J-Ma is the type of player to go for multiple streets here, so
Nice
gear
read.
up, Bao.
Yeah, nice read here from J-Mod. And these are really brutal spots in PLO. I mean,
He looks uncomfortable.
yeah, he looks like he's gonna fold.
If he calls, I am expecting a bluff
Yes, me too. Me as well.
because this is weak.
Yeah, he looks very, very uncertain about his hand.
But I think he would peel one more for only $500. I mean, Bao doesn't really care about $500.
I think Bao's just thinking about the river bet that he's gonna have to call, and he knows.
Yeah,
I think
I
he's
mean,
played with J-Ma. He knows that it's coming. So
at that point, you've just given off such a weak
Yeah.
appearance that you just can't even call.
What
You
a,
just kind of giving it away.
what a bluff there by J-Ma. What a play.
Yeah, that was.
Really impressed.
Someone in the
Really.
chat got their wish. They saw J-Ma play a hand and he played it very
Played
well.
it perfectly. Take notes, guys. I'm gonna play PLO like J-Ma.
That's my goal in life.
Looks like they're doing another flip for 100 apiece.
It's going up, Hayden.
It's going up. Price is going up.
Is it last round?
Yeah, this is last hour.
Last hour.
Like just close to 9. We start like normally we'll end at like 9:45 because we'll start
What's up, Mark, in the chat? Nice to see you guys. Welcome to this PLO live stream. We got a $100 flip going on right now. We got more PLO action for you guys. Make sure to subscribe if you're new. Share the live stream. We're going to give some points in the chat for everyone who's here right now. Thank you guys for being here. We got 1 hour left in this live stream. Show some support. My name's Frankie. I'm a part of Next Gen Poker. I'm here on a Thursday night just for you guys, specifically for you guys, not for anyone else, but for you. So leave a like, share the stream, show some support.
You're not here for me?
Hayden, yeah, I'm here for you too.
Appreciate it.
You're a very close second to the chat.
Looks like Galoo is going to take down this flip. As long as the board
We'll
is
see.
fair.
That's a big if. That's a big if.
And
Oh.
he does. His queen high flush holds. So many flushes.
Oh, Kim has Jack 10 of spades. What a beautiful hand. That was the first hand I won on my. That was the first 1K pot with Jack 10 of spades.
That's like my favorite hand.
Yeah, that's such a good hand.
Yeah.
So recently you met one of my best friends, Jack Jello, as they call him. And you guys played in a pretty big pot. What was initial impressions?
You know what I call him now?
What do you call him?
Mr. Seven Deuce.
Mr. Seven Deuce? Yes. So if you guys saw the Savage Sunday live stream, even if you've missed it, there'll be a vlog on Next Gen Poker's channel on YouTube very soon. But yeah, so you played a hand. I recall you had Ace King of spades.
Yes.
And what did Jack do? I think he just limped.
He limped from early position, and I was in one of the blinds. There was a $10 straddle, so it was the game was playing pretty loose. So I bumped it up to 75, and Nick called on my left, and then Jack shoved for roughly, I want to say it was just shy of $800.
Bang, $800.
Yeah.
Pretty strong.
And then
Then you were like, I got Ace
reshoved.
King.
I was happy to call.
Not the best spot, but you got Ace King.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy about it. I think we're probably going to be flipping a lot, and then, he announces right away that he wants to run it one time, and
Yeah.
he
Baller.
beats me with 7 deuce. I was very surprised.
7 deuce. And
Yeah.
thankfully he didn't have a spade, so he
the board
had
ran out
2
good for
live.
him.
Yep, he
Yeah.
had 2 live suits. One of those suits being a heart, which
Yeah.
was the card that connected to a flush. 4-card flush ran out. Jack scooped the pot. 7 deuce beats Ace King. It was
I-
live the whole time.
Yeah, I had to pay him. For his
So-
stack, and I had to pay him an extra
Okay,
20
so
for the
yeah,
7
so
deuce.
you did. So you didn't pay him $20 out of the stack that you just got stacked with. You added an extra $20 after getting stacked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you paid an extra $20
Extra 20,
on
yeah.
top of the
Along
money you
with-
already paid him
Along with everybody
to
else.
double
yeah.
him up. Yep.
Just an extra little needle.
Yep, definitely an extra little needle there. But
But I really like Jack. I enjoy playing with him, so he's
good. Yeah,
hopefully look forward to
that's
playing with him
impression.
again in the future. He's
Cool.
a really nice guy.
Yeah, cool. That's the impression that a lot of people have to report about him.
Yeah, he's
Very fun to play with.
yeah. He seemed like he might have been a little hungover from.
Yeah,
from-
he wasn't the only one.
the New Year's
I think
Eve party.
Jay, Jack, and I all went to the same New Year's
you
Eve
guys all
party.
partied? Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And I wasn't feeling good when I woke up, but I got a good workout in and kind of cleaned my brain and felt good. I think Jack was still kind of waking up from the hangover, so he still had a headache going into that live stream. So I know he told me that was the reason why he bought in more short stack than he normally does. So
Yeah.
he wasn't topping up to the full 1,500 like the rest of us.
That makes sense. It's smart. Good self-awareness too.
Yeah, but he's not going to miss an Next Gen live stream when he's got the boys coming and
Yeah.
you guys from our Next Gen Poker Discord coming into the chat or coming in to play with us on the live stream games, and we're appreciative of that. So Jack didn't want to miss that, and the game was really, really good.
It was a good game.
We had Nick 6 in the lineup. We had Hayden here, but it was, he was kind
I
of.
think you were the big winner.
I actually think that
Or
one
Miles.
other guy, Miles,
Yeah.
was the biggest winner. Shout
I
out to
lost a big
Miles.
pot to him. He caught me bluffing. So
So yeah, he
props to
was.
Miles.
He was a first-time live stream player and a friend of mine. He was a really good friend of one of my fraternity brothers, and
Okay.
Miles been a fan of the YouTube channel for a while too.
Cool. Nice.
So I was really excited to get him into the Discord game, and once he got in there, well, he played very well and did the rest.
He ran us over. Yeah.
Yeah, he did very well. I was up 3,500 in 2 hours into the live stream, and honestly, I was watching the live stream back, and I got to a part where after I made a bad play, I just I mean, bad play in my mind. Probably definitely hypercritical of myself. But after I watched myself make that play, I just turned it off. I haven't watched the rest of the live stream.
Oh, really?
So when I was
I did the same.
when I was up 3,500, and I don't know how, but I only cashed out for about up 1,100.
Okay, you
And
played after the stream though, right?
I did play a little after the stream, and I know some Omaha pots. I made some right flop calls and turn folds, which I lost a couple $100. But making those plays correctly, whatever happens. But I know specifically. I want to know specifically where in the live stream I had that moment where I was up 3,500 and that had a little 2K swing. So
I don't remember you losing a big pot.
yeah, there was a pot I should have triple barreled with 7 deuce, and I didn't triple barrel.
Oh, is that the hand you're upset about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, it's the spot where it's like, yeah, like if you're really thinking about it from GTO's perspective, where it's like, would you do that with, like, I just really could have played power poker and got him to fold.
Yes, with the overcard coming.
Yep, with the overcard coming.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that was like the changing point in my session where I went from winning because I lost that hand and I didn't really win after that. And that could just be card distribution, but I was a little frustrated. I have not watched the second half of that Savage Sunday live
So
stream.
you were up stuck, which is
I
a
was.
tough feeling.
But the thing is, I make videos on these sessions, so I have to go back and watch it again.
You gotta
Anyway,
relive it.
so no matter what, I'll see what happens. That's how I make myself a better player. Watch myself play bad, watch myself play good, and I learn from playing good, and I learn from playing bad. David Flo's nut flush draw.
Yeah, Bao making a nice using his jacks as a blocker there.
Definitely
Taking
good
the pot
bet.
down. Yeah, I'm definitely not very happy with my performance the last 2 streams I played. So
I didn't see your
tough to go
bluff.
back
That was
and
like after I quit watching myself.
yeah, I'm okay with that because he wasn't the tank for long. I definitely wasn't trying to give him the full top 2 pairs. So
Yeah. Whatever you had, he
I
tanked
think-
with top 2.
Yeah, so I think I had bottom pair with a nut flush draw. So, but I don't love it with my hand because me having the ace of hearts is less likely for him to have like a jack with a flush draw, which is like a hand he would bet the turn with and call a check raise. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but it's
Yeah, definitely not fun to wake up against 2 pair and turn top 2 pair at that. Like that was a hand that was never folding.
yeah. I was surprised he took as long
Yeah,
as he did. So
surprised he didn't snap call. But I think he didn't snap call because of the money aspect of it. I mean,
yeah, so it makes me feel like he would have folded 1 pair, which is what I was going for, but it is what it is. It happens sometimes.
yeah, you'll get another shot. But yeah, I was definitely mad. I was like, yep, this is turning off. I'm going to go do some editing.
So Rick 3-betting here with the King 7-5-4 double suited, mixing it up a little bit. He is on a button.
It's going to be hard to navigate that flop.
Yeah, surprisingly, nobody has an ace. Little does Rick know if he bets, he just wins, and he is going to bet. Nice bet here by
It's
Rick.
nice that he has a 5. You know,
Yeah.
feels like an emergency out. If someone had something
Yeah.
to call, but nice bet, take it
Yeah,
down.
nice bet.
Definitely happy to take that one down. Rick's finally getting some momentum here. So we see the stack sizes here for you guys. Joe in the lead. He's got the only 5-digit stack, $10,000. David still short for these stakes. Everyone started at 2, but now we got 10,
got
a
some
9.
Really,
Couple
really deep
eights.
stacks here. Kim raising in the dark, and she picks up double suited queens. A really nice hand for raising in the dark. She's definitely not going to be folding this hand to a 3-bet.
Let's see Kim take down another big one.
Yeah, she's been quiet. She's very card dead again after having that nut flush.
She is a winner right now.
Yeah, she's still up money.
She's about even, though. It's going to be hard for Yao to hit a set.
She says, I must have the nuts because no one raised me.
Well, a lot of hands that have kings in it won't raise.
And looks like
J-Ma does have the ace.
Yeah, he's the only one with an ace. And he turns a boat. Looks like this hand's going to be over. Oh, and Yao betting here. His kings.
J-Ma boats up.
Just calls. Yao does not want to hit that last king. J-Ma Rivers quads with pocket sixes. He's like, now he's praying that Yao has ace 8. And Yao just betting small. What a river. I think Yao's just going to get away from this when J-Ma raises. Look at that. He rivers quads with his sixes.
Wow,
Now
what a run out.
He's praying. He's just praying that Yao has ace 8 in his hand. Yao has to be as an ace. He's got an ace and quads.
Buddy, do I have an ace?
J-Ma's like,
You're in the wrong league.
that's not the question I want to hear.
You're in the wrong.
Oh, and Yao is coming back over the top as a bluff. And I guess he's representing ace 8.
J-Ma literally has the
And
nuts.
Yeah, J-Ma knows he doesn't have quad aces because he is an ace. So
He has
what a
the nuts.
spot.
The nuts. The nuts.
Yeah.
The no.
And J-Ma is just like, J-Ma just sticks a stack of chips in and is like, I guess you have ace 8. And Yao just
Yeah, I don't know.
was going
I
for
don't
it there.
Are king, 3 kings of blockers to ace king? I don't know. I think that was an ambitious one for Yao to go for,
that was very
and
ambitious.
I think that was just a donation to J-Ma as he scoops in
Yeah.
another big pot.
Props to Yao though. He's got heart. I
He
mean,
does
he
have
goes
heart.
for it.
He asked if you have an
he's
ace. He didn't
capable.
respond, and that was enough to cue him to just gear up and just unload a $1,200 bluff and with nothing. And even the turn call was already a little speculative. So the turn bet, excuse me. He let out on the turn against 5 other people with 3 kings.
Yao likes to speculate. It's been working out well for him so far tonight. His aggression, his fearlessness has paid off. He's still a big winner. Love to see the heart.
Galoo with
That's
a
correct,
great
Galoo.
recap.
We need to get Galoo back in the booth. Looks like we got another Yao 3-bet here. Queens. Gonna have another 6-way pot.
Nice to see Yao. Not to turn to 3-bet with the queen 9-3.
Yeah, and Pokernomix and Bao both flopping trips here. It's checked around. And Pokernomix filling up on the turn.
Wow,
Checks
that's a
again.
nice turn card for him.
Yeah, and I like his check. He's got a lot of aggressive players behind him.
Especially Yao, who's going to be betting now.
Mm-hmm.
See, I always hate having like pocket nines with my 10 here because it's like that I get my boat out.
Right.
That's like the one thing that stinks about having a pocket pair when you flop trips.
Pokernomix making a small check raise here with his boat.
Pokernomix is really in an amazing spot. He knows he's got the best hand. He's trying to milk out as much value as he can, not scare off his opponents. I really like this small check raise. He takes the betting lead, and now he can just comfortably bet small on the river and get paid from a variety of holdings.
Yeah. River's a king. Pokernomix's full house is still good. And he's checking. Like the check here. I don't think anyone's going to bet on this river.
Yeah, Bow's definitely not going to.
Yeah. Pokernomix going to win here with this tens full. Tens full of sixes. Nice hand. Well played.
You don't think he missed a bet there at the end
I don't think he's going to get called.
from 10-9?
And if he gets raised, it's... I mean, what's to say that he knows that one of these, either Yao or Bao, has a 10 at this point when he gets that much action on the turn. So what's to say they don't have a king to go along with it?
Yeah.
I mean, you would think, right, that one of them has to have a 10. I mean, it is Yao and Bao. They like to get in there and mix it up, but those are tough spots in PLO, especially when you're out of position.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That's a tough spot. Feels nitty to check, but because they probably don't have kings getting to that point by calling, and then the only hand you lose to is literally king 10. It's only one.
Right.
One card, one hand, and you have a 10 too. So there's literally only one 10 left in the deck.
Yeah.
So 110, and then there's three possible kings and 110. There's only 3 combos of king 10.
Yeah. But if they have a 10, if they have a 10, I feel like it's a lot more possible in PLO that someone can just fill up there on the river.
Pokernomix has been playing a long time, so I tend to trust whatever he does.
Yeah, I do too. He seems like an experienced PLO player. And Eddie Bad asking, when can we get Kim back in the booth? I think she'll be back soon. She had some legendary commentary for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, she had a great time in the booth.
And we got limp pie or some premium hands. Surprise, Pokernomix just limped on the button here with aces. So he has 3% equity here with aces because all the spades are gone. Bao has an ace. Interesting. Like Kim's been very card dead tonight.
Yeah, she really has.
Yao potting here. He's got a 6-card flush. Just kidding. He's drawing to the flush. He has to use 2 cards from his hand. Oh, what's up, Lego? Says Drunk Kim talked all over my bust hand on New Year's Eve. Yeah, I remember you shoved the 9s. I think that was the hand you busted on. Maybe it was a different one. Oh, I think you got coolered actually. But yeah, nothing you could do in that spot. Well played, a nice score to start off the new year. And Glue gonna pot it here. He's got 2 pair, straight
Yeah.
draw and flush draw. Got a lot going on here. And Yao's not gonna be going anywhere with his hand. Unfortunately for Yao, he has 4 clubs in his hand, but he is drawn to the nuts.
Pokernomix folded 5-3, and David's folding multiple straight draws. I'm surprised. He had 4-2, 8-7, so he was drawn to the nuts in multiple ways.
Yeah, but on a double flush draw board, it kills half of his outs for the straight, so I don't blame him for folding there. Glue's going to have the best hand on this river with Jackson 6s.
Would have given him the best hand if he did call David with that 4-2. 8-7.
And looks like Bao is thinking about bluffing again. This is a pretty sick bluff here. For just half pot. It looks very value. Looks like the size of it is very value heavy. Glue in another rough spot.
Wow, it would be bad if he folded this again.
Yeah.
But man, not an easy spot. This is, I mean, 2-pair, 3-way against a 1K bet. I mean, come on. Tough spot.
It's a brutal spot, really brutal spot. Especially with the player behind you. He's not closing the action. And wow, the bluff does get through. Glue and Yao fold. And Bao just bluffing with top pair jack.
Nice bluff, Bao.
Really nice play.
Again. Nice.
I've been really
timing.
impressed with some of his river play.
Yeah, he hasn't. It's not been blasting. It's been timed
Yeah.
aggression.
Wow, and Galu's been in some brutal spots. I mean, I probably would have folded all the hands that he's had, so I really don't blame him.
Yeah, it's been really tough
he's
for
in
him.
some really tough
I mean,
spots.
too bad he wasn't just a call happy mood because he
Yeah.
made a lot of money today. Specifically today of all days.
I know.
Yeah, I just got word from my buddies Nick and my buddy John that they're playing an 8-game mix tournament at Choctaw today.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Right, that sounds like a lot of fun. So they're playing this game. They're playing Pot Limit Omaha. They're playing Omaha 8. They're playing some Stud 8, Raz, and some other fun mixed games. And
What's the buy-in for that tournament?
I think it was a 400.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
you don't want to play that one?
No, I
Be
did want
back
to
down
play
here.
that one. I
Yeah.
did want to play that one. But I decided to come down here and help commentate, and I'll
Appreciate
have
you.
another chance to come do that. And
Appreciate
I
you
knew
coming
I was
down.
gonna, yeah, no problem. And I knew I was gonna be back out there at some point for the rest of the series, so I wasn't worried about missing that one.
Have
We
you-
had plenty of opportunities.
Have you played an 8-game tournament?
I haven't played. Actually, yes, I have played a game. I played one in New Orleans.
Oh, okay. It's the most fun I've had in playing like
it was
any
the first
tournament
mixed
format.
tournament I ever
Yeah.
played.
I love it because you get the big bet and the limits in there, and you
Yeah.
still get to play some no limit hold'em against a lot of mixed game
The
players.
only problem with Choctaw is that their tournaments are like super turbos.
Oh, okay.
You're playing like 8-game mix, and the big bet's like the same as like those.
I gotcha. Yeah,
But-
I'm sure the blinds go up pretty quickly.
Yeah, but
I mean,
because
especially if it's a one-day tournament.
all
you know.
those, not even just 1-day tournaments, they're all afternoon tournaments starting at 4 p.m.
Okay.
So they're literally like turbos because
Right.
they're starting at night and end at night. So that was one reason. It's like, you know, I'm also playing a turbo and rather just come play mixed cash games here too. Poker House has some mixed 15-30 cash games every Tuesday. It's been every Tuesday. Nick's kind of
Wow. I don't mean to, what a spot here. Look at this flop for Bao. He flopped
wow.
top set with open and a straight draw, and Yao turning set of tens.
cold
Look
deck.
how deep they are. They're both over 6K deep. What a turn card.
Cold deck.
I mean, if Yao pots here, Bao cannot fold. I mean, he's got the second nuts and he's drawing. He's got an open and a straight draw. Yao with top set and a flush draw. This is
nuts
a
for second
huge
nuts.
cooler hand.
Nuts for second nuts.
Yeah, and they both have redraws. That's the crazy thing about it. I mean, I don't know if you're Bao. I don't know how you put Yao on a set of tens.
This is disgusting.
I mean, Bao bet the flop and Yao called. I mean, he literally has to have, yeah. And Bao's happy to put his money in. I don't blame him. I mean, what a cooler.
we have a 13.4K pot.
Wow.
Just like that. Make sure to like this stream, subscribe. We got a bang of 5 of clubs.
Oh, they're
Giving
running it
Yao-
twice. Bao's-
Yao takes the first
yeah,
one.
Bao's gonna need a
He's
deuce
gonna
or
need
seven
a
that's
straight.
not a
Deuce
heart
or 7.
nine.
There
And
it
he hits
is.
a deuce and
There
they chop it.
is.
Oh,
Yes.
man.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
they chop it. They're both going to have money for tomorrow, Friday stream. They chop the pot. Wow.
How did you know he had set on the turn? How did you know he had set of 10? I'm supposed to lose all my money then.
Wow.
Wow.
What a turn card. That's unbelievable.
That
What a
was
hand.
an amazing hand.
The biggest pot we've had so far in this stream,
That'll be a clip.
13.5K. And the pot did get chopped. They ran it twice. But Yao with a beautiful turn card there. I mean, Yao with the turn card you dream about.
On the target.
What? I would not feel happy. I got
That was disgusting.
I mean, what a flop there for bat. Like,
Yeah, I mean, nuts
I'm-
for second nuts. I mean, that's just one that no one's ever getting away from.
no.
And
especially
the
with
sickest
redraws.
thing is the redraws.
Yeah, the redraws. I mean, when you have a
Disgusting.
redraw to go along with it,
Yeah,
they were so deep too. That was
GG
the-
is right. G freaking G. That was
Yeah.
a sick hand.
What a sick hand there. I don't know.
Poker's all about pressure. It's your ability to apply and sustain it. That separates the winners and losers. Bao is not afraid to do either.
Oh no.
I call
Bao's the
that fearless. Fearless poker from Bao. Yao and Bao are destined to get in a huge pot together. The
Yeah.
first ever 13K pot, and the hand happened quick. It played itself on that turn card. Thankfully for Bao, he had that redraw, that straight redraw. He was in bad shape. There's only 18% chance of winning the hand. He got there on one run out, got the 2 of diamonds. Yao, after being in really bad shape on the flop, turned the nuts with a 10, and it was a draw. It was a dry board. So 4, 2, 9, 10. Both players have nuts and second nuts in their hand. No straights available just yet. So they both could have monster draws that they're raising with, which makes the hand even more sick. Like, in both players' minds, they're just so comfortable getting it in.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the craziest hands I've seen. What a brutal turner for Galoo. Pokernomix turning trip 8s. Checks back. He turns a flush draw as well. He's going to go for some value here. Hopefully Galoo can get away this time.
Yeah, we had a really, really awesome hand there.
actually the parts in there earlier just was like, there's a bunch of people here on pressures for you guys. And I was like, yeah.
It looks like he is going to make the call. And Galoo, unfortunately, calling at the wrong time here. Pokernomix getting some value there. Tough night for Galoo. What do you need?
Joe still at the top, 4.2 thousand. Pokernomix has creeped up to second place for $4,000 in his stack. Congratulations to him. After battling back last week, he started down, finished about even, and in his second ever appearance here on the 136 Poker House Pot Limit Omaha Thursday night live stream, looks like he's about to take home a win. We got about 15 minutes left. See what we can do. Could be 30 minutes left with this lineup. Can't see them wanting to wrap this up.
Yeah, they might want to keep playing. Keep things going.
We'll show the V-pips next hand for you guys. Put some, if someone guesses, actually tonight might be a little easy. Just put a comment below who you think is going to be the highest V-pip. I'll read the stats out next hand. Bow's got a nice hand that's definitely worth a 3-bet. Galoo has a slightly less pretty hand. Jack 7-5-3. He's got
good equity here.
got good equity.
And Yao's going to make the call.
Definitely gets in there.
Oh, Yao makes it 400.
Oh, wow.
Cheeky little min raise.
And Bao definitely is not going to fold.
And nobody with too much here. Bao just flopping top pair. Galoo bottom pair. And Yao with the gut shot. It's going to go check through. And Bao turning 2 pair. With 2 straight draws, he's going to bet out. He just bets 100. Galoo turning 2 pair. It's probably going to make the call.
Yeah, he's got the bad end of it.
I'm going to probably see Yao make the call for 100. Getting a great price. And Yao rivering the nuts straight.
I had a feeling the 10 was coming.
That was a good feeling. Looks like Yao's going to go for a big bet, but I think it's going to be tough for him to get called. Only one that could really consider calling him here is Bao with his two pair, but I think he's going to make the fold.
Good fold. Folds 2 pair. They don't believe him. It's definitely hard to give Yao credit.
Nice
But he had it that in. As I promised, here are all the V-pips. Our buddy Bao in first place at 88%. Don't think he's been under 80% for a single live stream here. Third one in a row. He's rocking over 80% at 88. Galoo at 77. Yao 72. Jove 60. Pokernomix, J-Ma came at the bottom, 34%. The humble 34%. Not bad, but man,
yeah, she's been very, for her, that's
for her,
fairly
it's
low,
not
especially
exactly
in a game
what
like
she
this.
wants.
Yeah. She definitely wants to get in there and see more flops. It looks like we got the 60 on. We got the 30 and the 60 on.
That was not a unique experience. Yeah, there were many times where I beat the fuck out of a highly ranked game and didn't have any money. Especially if the house is some degenerate gamblers, to get stuck.
Nobody cares. Everybody playing on credit.
Yeah. It doesn't matter to us.
Not a chance.
Dude stayed up 2-3 days, you're beating
So we got a four-way pot here. We got Bao, Galoo, Yao, and Kim. Galoo flopping trip threes. Great flop for him. And he needs it. He's been running bad tonight. I think he's just going to take it down here. No one really has anything to contend with. Nice hand for Galoo. Nick says that was epic from Mr. Jello with the 7-deuce, Mr. 7-deuce. To be honest, I was surprised because I've seen some of your guys' content, and I just imagined him being nitty. So when he turned over this, I'd never played with him.
Yeah.
I had limited experience or knowledge, but I just like had seen a few things and just heard a few things, and I was just like, I was just really shocked, and I was just like, okay.
Yeah, Jello's definitely not nitty. He'll mix it in. He uses his image. I mean, he plays a pretty solid range, but he will play that range aggressively. He's very in tune, active player.
Even if that range contains 7-deuce.
And now that range contains 7-deuce because we put a bounty on it.
Yeah.
Put a bounty on it. Play like aces.
Respect. I respect it.
Nine's opposed.
It's pretty epic to win with it, honestly. To take down Ace King, that is pretty awesome.
Very epic.
We only play this streams. If I have a seat on the streams. How much? So already at live. I think I'm playing.
It's cool that you and Hayden both get it, understand it, and balance and stuff. Well, it's like, oh, another string.
Looks like we're going to see probably a 5-way pot here. Kim asking for help.
Yeah, she's going to need one of the last remaining 9s in the deck.
Going to need a 9. Or diamonds are live.
That's a tell. No one has a 3. Yeah, I was going to rep it.
Lead out.
Yeah, I like it.
Tough spot here for David. Top pair, non-nut flush draw on a paired board. Interested to see what he does. He's got 2 players behind him.
Yeah, it's kind of a gross spot. I'd fold.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see him lay it down. He doesn't look too excited about it. Oh, looks like he might pot it. He knows Yao is aggressive, so actually if he isolates Yao here, he's going to get it in. I think he's going to be ahead, actually.
Wow. Confident play. I don't think Yao's not going to go anywhere. Yao's going to need an ace, an 8, or a heart.
1830.
Okay, so he is slightly behind, but...
And they're near twice. Bao's happy, or Yao, excuse me, is happy to gamble here.
Yeah.
It actually is a favorite.
Good turn there for David.
There it is. David wins the first board. Yeah, looking for one of the 2. Picked it up. There's the flush.
Thanks the heart. And David's going to need the queen of hearts. Does not get it.
No straight flush today. They're splitting it up. It's been a pretty common theme of the night. They've been chopping it up on most times they've ran it twice. So another clean out run.
So what do you think about making this game a run-at-once game? Max Payne PLO.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot, but I don't want to put that on the pressure. Yeah.
It's
I mean, because they played a 13K. They played a 13K pot today.
They're playing big.
They're playing big.
Yeah, they're playing big enough.
Exactly. I wanted to make it a run at once only on the Savage Sunday stream.
That would be fun. Yeah.
I think I
feel like there should be a Max
could.
Payne stream.
I think I could. I mean, I know a couple of couple of my favorites, like Aaron, you know, he likes to run it twice, and so I usually like to accommodate for the people that are regulars, and they've been supporting us for a long time. So
Right.
overall, I like to keep it, you know, as friendly and inviting to everyone as possible. So that's why I keep it the run twice on. We banned the run 3 times because that was brutal.
run 3
Did you
times.
see that on stream? We did it a couple weeks ago.
I've never seen that. But
Oh
that's a bad
no,
idea.
Jello ran it 3 times.
You should never run it 3 times.
Oh, I don't know. Jack, I mean, look, Jack is very smart. Very smart guy. He's a saver. Works very hard. And kid's got money, you know? 3K pot. Why are you running 3 times? 3-way all in, 3K pot 3 times.
Jack ran it 3
Jack
times?
ran 3 times.
That's crazy.
Because you're 3 people, it's already too complicated to go 3 times, in my opinion.
It's too much work for the dealer.
It's too much
down
work.
the game.
Yeah, you
it's
don't
not
want
good
to split,
for the action.
You don't want to split into 3 ways.
And it's not good for the stream.
Yeah, the pot 3 ways is like a long action for the dealer. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to make her go through the math. She's not a math teacher.
Which is actually like a reason in PLO to run it once if you can afford the variance, just because you'll get more hands in.
Yep.
The action goes a lot quicker.
Yep.
Especially in these multi-way.
Yep, I've
Multi-way all-in.
been running it once. No matter what. And as long as you have kind of like a no matter what thing, I feel like you don't have any. Like I never second guess myself like, oh, I wish you ran it twice. It's just that's what I decided to do. The thing is, tomorrow though, Hayden, if I'm playing a 10, 12K pot
You run it twice.
and they say you want to run it twice, I
And
can't see myself saying no.
Hold on, I feel like it's a little different because if you're gonna get it heads up in that big of a pot, if you're gonna get it all in that big of a pot, you're very likely to be heads up, right?
But if I feel it, I might run it once. But
you gotta feel it, you gotta will it.
I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like tomorrow I'm running once, just run up a huge stack.
All right,
I'm gonna run up a 20K stack. You're commentating, so I'll do it for you. Give you a shout out.
Let's go.
I'm excited to play against OFC. I'm excited to play against these guys who I feel like at this point I'm starting to build a relationship with, friendship with these guys. I know how they play. Starting to become dynamic.
Glue just check calling here with top set. Interesting.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Very, very sneaky. He turns quad.
Bang!
Bang, right away.
What?
And
Rick's just
wisely
too good.
checks,
He's just not
yeah.
going to give any more money to him. It's just a bummer. Like, Rick is just going to give him no more money on this.
And Glue checks again.
He's not going to bluff spades. I knew it. There's that smile.
Yeah.
There it is.
Nice hand, Glue.
There's the smile.
Very nice. Yeah, Glue.
Yeah, Glue's right. They're not calling.
Yeah. If he did check raise that flop, I think Rick does have to continue. But he was going for the turn check raise, and unfortunately for him, that card killed his action.
He was betting on his spades. And that's why I didn't pot it, because I didn't have spades. Now, if I pot on the flop,
$50.
then he can be pot committed on the turn.
Did you hear me?
There we go.
Kim raising in dark here.
There it
Doing
is.
some action.
She doesn't have the best hand, but maybe they'll let her. No, they're going to be better. Guaranteed.
Probably.
When someone raises dark, I mean, you know that 3-bet's coming.
Nobody 3-bets. So she's going to get to see the flop.
Let's go. Come on. Give it the nuts one time.
10-8-6 deuce.
9-7 board. 9-7-5 board.
9-7-5. That'd be a great flop.
Called it. Nope.
King 8. J-Ma flopping trips. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get any action here. Nice hand for J-Ma. takes it down. Running good. Running good and playing good.
All right, Hayden, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So on Sunday, January 15th, we have a couple very special guests coming to the Savage Sunday live stream. One of them is Bronx Bomber, who has made an appearance on the Hustler live stream. He's making some appearances on some international live streams. He's an awesome guy, and he is going to be a great actor for the live stream. He's coming January 15th to play with us. Kitty Co is also coming to play that Savage Sunday game.
All right.
Both of those players play bigger than 2-5. Obviously, both are willing to come down and play with us because they're, not really caring about the money as much as they are just want to have fun and play a live stream with us, for us, and for the entertainment of everyone. So they are cool with whatever we do, which is awesome that they said that. But myself, I've been thinking that we should make a bigger game for them. So make it like a 2-5 and just double the cap, maybe triple the cap, something like that.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah.
I'd be down to hop in there if there's a seat.
I think it'd be entertaining, and I think that the argument against it of the fact that we usually want it to be inviting to everyone, so that's why we keep it smaller. I'm just gonna argue that, okay, well, just this week they can set this one out. We do it every Sunday, so that people get a chance to play. Well, this Sunday, smaller stakes people won't get a chance because we're gonna play 2-5, a little higher stakes. So.
Yeah, and if they want to step up or take a shot, they can definitely do that,
Exactly.
They have the opportunity. And great flop here for Kim. She flops 2-pair, nut flush draw.
Yeah, we got about a little less than 15 minutes left. Let's see if we can give Kim a big pot to end the stream.
Oh, and this is an action turn card here. Galoo,
Double
gutter, and a flush draw. And Kim checks over to him.
He's gonna bet.
Interested to see what Kim's gonna do here. If she's gonna check raise or check call.
I like to see to get all in here.
And he.
Because if she does raise, Glue's not folding.
Hey, that's pot, and this is a really interesting spot for her.
Super interesting.
Because, he's kind of.
She does have 2-pair.
She's 2-pair. He just called the flop. She's just gonna call.
Okay.
See the river.
So I was thinking maybe she would value raise all in with her 2-pair. Just so many draws you could charge on that.
Ooh. And Galoo rivering.
Oh, that's a
nut
gross.
flush. Terrible river card for Kim.
Yeah, it gives you a better 2-pair, but you weren't really worried about that. Like you're not really worried about needing a higher 2-pair. You wanted to avoid the draws that were going to come in, and this is one of the worst cards. Jack 10 comes in, and the flush comes in, so double whammy of bad cards. Hopefully Kim can get away from this, even though she has technically improved her hand.
Yeah, I think she can. She's just really gross run out.
And dang, this is like a strong bet. Look how much she's getting. This is all in. Yeah, very specific bet. It's almost $2,000. I don't know what to think about this very specific bet, but obviously it's a big bet, so it's showing a lot of strength.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard for her to have the best hand considering she's got clubs. But he is.
That's a really good point. She actually has a bad candidate to bluff catch with. Yeah. She has clubs. He much better not to have clubs here.
He wouldn't bet this amount with a hand like Ace King. He wouldn't even bet this amount with like a hand like Jack 10. So he really is just representing hearts.
Which we don't have any of.
Yeah, we don't have any. I think it's a tough river to bluff. I mean, he would have to specifically have a hand like 10-8-6 or like 8-6 of clubs.
Yeah, like 9 to 3 or my window where I can get out, put in a 3-4 hour session. A lot of times I get out there and play for an hour or so, order lunch, play for me, and take off. So that's the thing, like you don't catch it in the morning when there's some stuff going, then they kind of like, I'll come in and they're kind of making games.
Tough spot. Hopefully
tough
Kim
spot.
finds the right decision here. We're obviously both Hayden and I rooting for her.
Yeah, I mean, he has to have like, it's really brutal. She is calling. And she's going to be a little sad she didn't check her as a turn, seeing his hand.
Yeah,
Nice
I mean,
hand there
she
for
would have been
Galoo.
happy just to get it in on the turn,
Yeah.
but Galoo's image gets him paid. Nice hand for Galoo.
Nice hand, Galoo.
She would have folded to 1200. She said. So it was a very polar bet. He wasn't repping Jack 10 like Hayden
Yeah,
mentioned.
he's just wrapping hard.
Just to flush.
I was like, but wait, you would never bet Jack 10 like that. That's just the straight.
When I first started playing at TCH,
I mean,
Yeah,
she
I
literally
understand the
repeated.
logic.
She just repeated word for word what we kind of predicted.
Yeah. I really don't know. That's a brutal situation to be in.
Oh, come on. Don't berate Galoo for winning a big pot. Come on. Kim took it well. Unfortunately, she's on the wrong end of that big hand.
they burn out. Yeah. Oh, you get people here that are perpetual losers that can't seem to shake it. Yeah. TCH table, if I get on a table with like Hayden or one or two, one or two, boy, he'll fucking rip me. He's owned me in a lot of spots. Marginal. But I've sat down and he's had
Yao flops trips. See him in the very top, 9983. It's going to be hard to boat up. Galoo's in there. And he does get there.
He got there with the straight.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, brutal river for Yao. I don't think you can do much here. I was thinking about potting it, maybe trying to represent the full house, but don't think Galu's going to fold a straight.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like you need a bluff. Yeah, he's probably just going to check call. Good fold.
Yeah, good fold there by Yao. Well played hand by both players.
I'm surprised he made that fold. Thought he would have just made a quick call there, but really nice awareness and easily got away from that. Yeah, my reaction exactly.
Yeah, Yao's played well tonight.
We got Nick 6 in the chat talking about a hand where he folded pocket fours in the flop and the turn was a 4 and the river was a 4.
I remember you showed me that hand.
Would have had quads,
That happens, Nick.
but then he lost the hand instead. So poker is a fickle game. Turns on a dime. That's what makes it so fun too. You never know what's gonna happen next. That's why Nick had a he didn't even want to let go of the fours before the flop.
Yeah, he had a feeling.
On the flop, I mean, he really had a feeling. Gotta trust those guts. Sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off, but on that case, they were surely on. Kim's getting in the mix. See if she can scoop home a pot before the live stream wraps up here. Hayden and I are on a little bit of a guessing game
Yeah.
when we are.
Yeah, when it's wrapping up.
Exactly. I was trying to I took my headset off to try to hear if I could hear the game going on outside, but I couldn't tell. It's pretty hard to tell if the door's closed here. It's pretty quiet in the studio. I'll give some points to the people watching late into the stream. Bang. 4 hundo.
Interesting flop here. Kim flopping top 2 with an open ender. Joe flopping top set. Yao with a flush draw.
Well, Kim's in bad shape.
Yeah, she's in rough shape here. Nobody has a straight.
Yeah, she's drawing slim. She will not want to see a 9 on this turn card. It's already 1-9 dead, so really hoping not to see that card.
Joe folds top set.
What?
Is that correct?
Why would he?
Well, that really helped Kim's equity.
Oh my gosh! Now she's 50%. Bang! Now she's in the now she's ahead.
She turns 3 pair with the flush draw.
I'm shocked he folded. What?
Very surprised. And
Oh, and now
River's a straight. She has a straight. She has a 10 high straight. Galu does not have a straight with his jack, and Yao does not have a straight. So if she can get the showdown here, she will win this pot.
let's go. The weirdest straight.
Yeah, very weird straight.
That's why I like Omaha. Oh, I don't think she'll get anyone to bluff at this. Galoo actually has a
Yeah,
jack in his hand.
Galu considering.
No,
Yao just
nope.
jacks in. All right, Kim's gonna drag in a pot.
Nice hand, Kim. There we go. You weren't going to get any more value. Actually, Yao had a straight to the 8. He had 5-4, so maybe you could have gotten more value.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, it's
Do you
really
think you would have
tough
called?
there. I doubt it. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Seems hard to have a
I
straight
didn't
there.
realize he had a straight to the 8. But he
Yeah.
did. I mean, if you have a jack in your hand with any of the board cards, then
So
you
that was the last hand of the stream. But before we
last
wrap it
hand.
up, we got a question in the chat. Any next gen crew firing bolts at WSOP Choctaw? Yeah, we'll be there for the main event a week from today. But until then, make sure to tune in for a 6 p.m. live stream. Poker House 5, 5, 10. I'm sure $20, $40 straddles will be on. I'm playing in it. Kim's playing it. It's tomorrow night. It's high stakes poker here at Poker House Dallas. We had a blast playing PLO here. Make sure to subscribe because we will be back next week. It's going to be exciting. Hayden, thank you for joining with me.
Yeah, thank
Joining
you.
me in the booth today. Thank you guys in the chat for watching along with us. We really want to promote this pot limit Omaha action, and Kim has, got one of the best games. Texas Kim has one of the best games in the entire country, not just in the state, but in the entire country, and they're providing for you guys live. So thank you to the players, thank you to the production, thank you to the staff at Poker House, and thank you to everyone watching. Hayden, this is Frankie. We are out.
Peace.